bill that establishes a mattress stewardship program. Isn't that fantastic? Now, under that bill, the purpose is to promote safe disposal and recycling of mattresses. I think they could just ship them out to California to that RV storage lot, and I'm sure all of those people would be happy to have a used mattress. This is another tax on Marylanders, as that state, like Colorado and California, just sink into financial turmoil, elevated credit downgrade risk.
This is Democracy
But
Now!
They're going to impose a new 6% tax on mattresses, which is on top of the existing 6% sales tax. What I wouldn't give for a 6% sales tax. Have you looked at the sales taxes you pay? Holy crap. Now, you can't object to this, and I would encourage you not to object to it because it's for the environment. They're going to take this money and put it into a leftist state government. Now, they face a $3.3 billion budget shortfall. Colorado, we've only got $1.5 billion. But we know that from experience that getting more money will not close the gap between what the Democrats confiscate out of your pocketbooks and what they spend. Rather, it's just going to inspire them to spend even more irresponsibility. What's next after, we've got mattress stewardship? What's going to be next?
Council 858 Mattress Stewardship Program Establishment
is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate?
Yeah, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have something to say?
The Speaker, yeah, you got something to say? Are you gonna bitch and moan about this mattress tax?
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
March, when spring springs into action. Is your AC ready? Beat the rush. Save money. Just $39 for the Fix-It 24/7 Extreme Clean. You'd pay hundreds elsewhere. But for new customers, the Extreme Deal, $39 for the Extreme Clean, up to 2 hours, will get rid of the #1 killer of ACs, dirt. Increase efficiency up to 30% with a no breakdown guarantee. FixMyHome.com.
Fix it 24/7. We'll be there on the double.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-375-1158. That's 800-375-1158. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now. 800-375-1158. 800-375-1158.
Tired of making the same weight loss resolutions every year? It's time to break the cycle. Get started with Mochi Health. Meet one-on-one with a board-certified obesity medicine doctor from the comfort of your own home and see if a GLP-1 medication is right for you. If so, we'll have it delivered straight to your door.
I knew that I wasn't in good health. Then one day I went to get my blood work done and the results were not good. I was potentially going to take time away from my children. With Mochi Health, I've lost 60 pounds. I'm just really happy that my kids get to grow up with a mom who can do things with them.
Start with our free quiz at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com. Take our free quiz today and use the code 2025radio to get $40 off your first month. Begin your journey with Mochi Health at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com.
Real patients were compensated to share their experiences. Results may vary. Eligible GLP-1 patients typically lose
lose 1 to 2 pounds per week in their first 6 months with Mochi when combined with a healthy lifestyle.
Check out joinmochi.com.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and plum crazy deals, think Plumline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumline's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart, 25 years strong, plumlineservices.com.
Imagine selling your home and getting paid before and after it sells. It's like getting paid twice. You can with Orchard. Listen to this. Orchard puts cash right in your pocket so you can buy your dream home. Then your Orchard experts prepare and market your old home, including repairs, showings, even price-boosting upgrades. And here's why Orchard's the best. When your home sells for more, which happens 9 times out of 10, you get that cash too. It's almost like getting paid twice. That's why Orchard is the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to sell your home. Let's review. Orchard can unlock cash from your old home to use on your new home. That's payday number 1. You buy your new place, and once you're in, Orchard sells your old home for top dollar. You get that money too. Boom! Payday number 2. Learn how much you could make with Orchard. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Patchy fog before 9 a.m., otherwise increasing clouds with high temperatures in the lower 60s, winds out of the southeast between 5 to 15 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Greg Perez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Trump administration's reciprocal tariffs are set to kick in on Wednesday, worrying a lot of people that the amount they pay for just about everything could soon be a lot more.
We could see prices rising pretty quickly in a vast array of industries: electronics, fresh produce, pharmaceuticals, clothing, footwear, and much more. And in fact, in some instances, we've already seen these prices rise. Take home prices, for example. The National Association of Home Builders says that in anticipation of steel and aluminum tariffs, the cost to build a new home has already risen more than $9,000.
That's ABC's Trevor Alt. The massive earthquake in Myanmar has killed at least 2,000 people now. The higher death toll today as more bodies are pulled from the rubble of collapsed buildings. Aid groups say the tremor could exacerbate hunger and disease outbreaks in the country already amidst a civil war. A French court has ruled that far-right politician Marine Le Pen cannot run for public office for at least 5 years. This is ABC News. For months, people have been talking about the price of eggs, and now, just in time for a couple of key holidays, they're getting cheaper.
Easter and Passover represent the second highest egg demand holidays of the year behind the Thanksgiving-Christmas period, and that could push up prices again. And while the avian flu that has taken millions of laying hens out of production has subsided, agriculture specialists warn that bird flu could make a comeback.
ABC's Jim Ryan. A lot of questions about the New York Yankees and their use of so-called torpedo bats.
The bats are designed to have more wood in the sweet spot, where the batter most often makes contact with the ball, giving them their distinct bulge. Each player using a torpedo bat has the bulge in the spot suited to them. The bat was developed by a former Yankees coach who also happens to be a former physics professor with a doctorate from MIT. Major League Baseball says the bat is in compliance with league rules, so there's nothing stopping other teams from using it.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom. But a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be, and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood, and even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her. and for me. Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The driver in a deadly semi-truck crash has been released from jail and is now in custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE Field Office Director Robert Gaudian says Ignacio Cruz Mendoza was detained in the lobby of the Jefferson County Detention Center yesterday following his release.
We'd rather be in the jail, making a safe and secure transfer of custody. Takes people off the line.
Cruz Mendoza was the driver of a semi-truck that crashed last June outside Conifer, killing a man. He was in the U.S. illegally at the time of the crash, was taken to the ICE Denver Contract Detention Facility, and will stay there pending deportation. The Colorado GOP has elected a new chairperson. It's former Routt County Treasurer Britta Horn, who says the party is in trouble and needs to create a rescue plan. She says the party has no money and no specific plans in place for winning elections. In her first 100 days, her plans are to unify the party, fundraising, candidate recruitment, and other initiatives. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Well, traffic continues to run a little sluggish down from 120th along I-25 south. We're seeing some slow and go near 104th, Thornton Parkway, and then kind of opening up around 84th. As you come into downtown, we're seeing a little traffic there through Spear, 270 west through Vasquez. South End looks good, though. Not seeing any big delays on I-25 in and out of the tech center. Santa Fe, just south of C-470, both directions still tied up at Town Center with road work. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneers. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower. Take your radio with you. 630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
The Monday Dan Kapla Show. You won't want to miss this. School officials from Elizabeth will read from the 19 books they want to take off the shelves as obscene, but the ACLU trying to force them to keep up. Join us at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We have a lot to talk about today, and we'll start out, of course, with a phone call. If you have a phone issue, phone calls, our callers, our listeners take precedent. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Water Pros. You know what I think about water. It's the number one supplement to your body, the number one supplement for health, and you get a healthy system installed in your whole house. Forever chemicals gone, chlorine gone, particles gone, plastics gone. Softening, yes. Drinking water, reverse osmosis at the kitchen.
$39.95. You will never do better. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. Raymond's on the phone. He says he's having a problem with Westera Credit Union. By the way, I get good reports about credit unions in general. I really do, compared to banks. You know, I've recently decided I don't like banks. I don't think I found a bank that really meets my needs except for an online bank. I have converted to 100% online, 100%. They are brick and mortar in New York City, but they have gone on the internet. They do ACH payments, wires by phone. You can do anything you want electronically. You don't have to go in. They have good security, and it's just not worth the hassle of having a bank anymore. It's just not. I mean, you get feed to death with these banks. And I had a lot of money in a bank, and you would think that they would be happy to have the money. Instead, I was feed to death with my checking. And I'm going to tell you, I looked at all the banks. There are not many good ones. Not many. Raymond, what's wrong with the credit union? Tell me what's going on.
Well, what's wrong with the credit union is that I was with Western Credit Union, and they gave me a credit card. And when they gave me the credit card, after that, I used it a few times. I pay it off every month because I'm a truck driver over the road for 50 years. And anyway, they're going to commit a fraud. I took the credit card. I went to a Target and made a charge of one item for my daughter. I have a 33-year-old daughter with Down syndrome, my legal guardian.
Yeah.
And she's not very big and she's not very tall. So I make a purchase of a nightgown, leave out of the store. The girl that works for Target maxed my card out over almost $5,000 worth of merchandise on women's clothes.
Wait a minute.
And I'll
Wait a
guarantee
minute.
you
So
the
Raymond, let me get this straight. You have a Westera Credit Union, and then you have a Visa card, right?
Yes.
And you were using the Visa card at Target, the card, and somebody there.
I use it. Yes, I made one purchase of a nightgown for my daughter. That was it.
Okay.
And they have cameras in the stores.
Now, so how did
They have cameras in the
how did
stores
the
that show
cashier?
that I left out of there with one
How
bag.
did the cashier steal your card?
Because I used it to pay for the nightgown.
Okay.
When I left out of there, out of the store, is when she went and put a whole bunch of women's clothes on that card.
Okay.
And maxed it out by that $5,000.
Okay. So what
now,
is
why would I go into a Target?
What
and
is
buy
Vestera
$5,000
doing?
worth of clothes?
What is Vestera doing about that now? And how do you
They
know it
closed my
happened?
account.
How do you know it happened right after you left?
Because that's when it happened. I don't use that card much. I'm a truck driver. I drove trucks over the road for 50 years, and I've never maxed my card out ever, one time. I don't care who I was with. I am very responsible, and I make good money. I am retired right now. I'm 78 years old, and truck drivers.
So what are they
bad
doing
that
for
they're
you?
paying Truck drivers $1,000.
What are they
a week.
doing for you?
They're not doing nothing. They closed my account, and they just got a receipt. They just closed my account, and now they got Westera. What?
Are they saying you owe the $5,000?
They're just ignoring the fact that they got cameras in the store, and I walked out the store with one little small bag in my hand.
All you have to listen.
Listen.
All you have to do is contest the charge. Just contest it.
Well, the credit union closed my account. And so I opened up another account. Hold on. I opened up another account at West Fargo Bank. They give the card to them to give it back to me because I opened up the account. And I made one purchase. I went and had breakfast to prove that it was the same card. I knew it was the same card.
Listen, Raymond.
That's how bad this is getting.
Raymond, the Visa card that you have right now, where the charges were made.
I don't have it now.
What did you do?
I don't have it now. They took the card when they closed my account.
Okay. But there was how much fraud on there? $5,000?
$5,000 worth of clothes and out of a Target. You have to be a moron to go into Target and buy $5,000
No,
worth of
Raymond,
clothes.
I believe you. What I'm trying to figure out is why your bank did not simply allow you to contest the charges. Did they tell you, no, those charges were real?
They just want their money, and they think that I'm going to be the one to pay it.
How do you know that, though, Raymond? Did you actually go through the...
Because they closed my account. They closed my account. They have the card. And then I opened up account at BMO. So they go and get in touch with BMO, give the card back to BMO, to BMO to give back to me. That's what they did. So I had breakfast to prove that I went to breakfast,
Raymond,
and that I had the card
here's
back
what
in my
I don't
possession.
understand. Raymond, you're still not answering. Listen, I believe you. I'm on your side. Just wait, man. Just wait. Why did they, when you said these are not my charges, did you go through the actual contesting process?
This just happened. They closed my account. They got the card back from me after they closed the account.
When did they do this? When? When did it happen? Ray, when did it happen?
2 weeks ago.
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
Okay. Now listen, here's what I need to know. Did you just tell me if you went online or went to the bank and contested the charges, just the ones you didn't make?
I don't go online. I don't have the ability to go online. I don't use computers. I have a son.
Did they automatically close your account?
I have a son in California with the same name as mine and been using my Social Security number in California.
Okay, Raymond.
So I don't use
Raymond,
computers.
man, this can't. Raymond, I need to put you on hold, okay? This isn't working. I can't get from him whether or not he tried to contest the charges. I absolutely can't get that out of him. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, yeah, it's not easy to follow Raymond's story after the part with the $5,000 in ladies' wear.
Right. Why did they close his account? What are they doing now? What does he mean? They gave him the same card back. I need someone to talk to him.
If you want to give up right now, then I'll be happy to give him a call within a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Raymond, let's call you back, man, and see what's happening. I just don't understand. If you had charges like that, you contest them and they look into them. They don't close your account. Something is going on. We got to figure it out. I'm going to have Deputy D talk to you off the air.
Yeah, and the term is called credit card charge dispute. So you can file that either in person at the branch.
Yeah,
or
and they don't close accounts for that. They do those all the time.
Something else is going on here.
Right,
so
right.
I'll call Raymond as soon as I get his phone number and see if I can get a proper time.
Thank you, bro. 303-713-8255. Rachel, after the break, on a juvenile detention facility she's upset with. And we will be right back with that and more coming up. Don't forget Compass Insurance Group for quotes on your insurance or the insurance checkup, a true unbiased look at what you're spending to see if you're underinsured, overinsured, paying too much, maybe you don't have enough coverage. 303-996-9000.
Welcome to Careva. Long-term care radio. Heard weekends right here with Carl Muehlmeyer.
There is a 91% chance that either you or your spouse will need care. This is truly an epidemic in our country. Nobody is prepared for it. Nobody's talking about it except on Careva Radio.
Call right now for a free long-term care survival kit. Again, it's completely free. 970-872-PLAN. That's 970-872-PLAN.
The Art of Granite is the place to go for your granite or whatever countertops. They do natural stone and they also do man-made materials. They do them all. Here's how they operate. Mitch believes in you coming into this wide open. He's proud of his prices, so you know what he's going to do? Give you a price on the phone. Call him, explain, describe your project, maybe a pick or two. He'll give you a price. And they're direct stone importers, wholesale on all materials, always. And get this, tear out and haul away is always free. Plus, they have free incentives like maybe free backsplashes, edge treatments, sinks, the vanity in the bathroom when you have the kitchen done, whatever. Find out what their latest one is. Get your price on the phone. Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Very nice.
Very interesting day so far.
Okay, then.
I can see why Raymond is upset, but man, he's got to let us help.
Truck driver for 50 years. Sounds like you're filling a scuba tank. What's going on there?
What are you talking about, me?
Yeah.
You mean my breathing?
Uh-huh.
This mic must be really sensitive. Holy shit.
Well, you do sound like a 57 Buick, to be fair. Let's not blame the mic. Victim shaming! Dr. Kildare made it to 90. That's not bad. Somebody pointed this out the other day. You want to feel old? Kurt Loder is 80.
Wow. Yeah.
That hurts.
That's rough. That's rough.
Yep. MTV News. Whew.
Did he ever do anything else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Like when MTV died, he died with it.
Yeah.
This report is sponsored by Red Pill America.
Patchy fog before 9 a.m., otherwise increasing clouds and high temperatures in the lower 60s, winds out of the southeast between 5 to 15 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 confirmed by the meteorologist, Frank Perez.
Ooh.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pill America.
Tom, if you're bored and want to do more radio, here we go.
Heart Radio app.
Yeah, so let's talk about this. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. K&H has what you're looking for. Window siding, doors, and more. They also have K&H Painting Pros now. So that's great. khwindows.com. Let's go to the phones now again. I hear Deputy D on the line with Raymond. We're going to try to help him. Listen, when you have charges on your credit card, and it happens to me all the time, you got to contest them. Here's the pain in the ass. Sometimes you can't just contest a charge and move on. They make you get a whole new card. I mean, it's getting ridiculous. Rachel, tell me what's going on. This sounds serious with a juvenile detention facility. Tell us your story from the beginning, Rachel.
Hi. So my son is in a juvenile detention center in Colorado.
When was your son put in there?
In October. Sorry.
For what reason?
October. He got in some trouble. And then he was sentenced in January, and they gave him 15 months.
So he has to be in there for 15. How old is he?
He just turned 16 in December.
Okay. That's kind of sad, huh? Was he in a lot of trouble before or not?
Yeah. I mean, in the last, 2 years, I would say.
So when is this sentence
he's
up?
Been in some trouble.
When is this sentence up?
So mandatory release date is December 30th. However, he can get, good time. They gave him credit for time that he did because they went back to October.
Right. So what's happening right now with it? What's going on? Why are you calling us?
So basically, he's getting restrained, and there's 6 staff members at a time, and they are, I feel from what's been told to me by other kids in there and him, that they're using excessive force.
Now, why is he being, but let's go back to the beginning. Why is he being restrained to begin with?
So anytime, for this, not this last time, but the time before that, he was sitting on a table. They told him not to sit on the table, and then it escalated from there, and so they ended up restraining him. So the problem is that it's being told to me that they're taking these kids into their rooms where there's no cameras, and they're beating them up.
Now, wait a minute. Is that what your son? Is that what your son said happened?
That's what he has said, and other children from the facility have talked to me on the phone and reported the same thing.
And the guards are doing this?
And so I did some research. That is what I'm being told. So I did some research, and I found a report about 6 or 7 years ago. This mom wrote a blog about it, that her daughter was at the same facility.
What's the name of this facility? What's the name of it? Let's just name it.
It's Platte Valley in Greeley, Colorado.
Now, can I ask something? I just want to get some perspective, truly, and try to be as objective as you can.
Sure.
Is your son a smart ass?
Oh, he definitely is a teenager for sure. Can be, yes.
So what do you think? Do you think that they shouldn't have done what they did, or tell me what you think?
Well, I think that, they're supposed to be trained to, if they have to restrain a child, which it seems like it's happening a lot in there, and I feel like they're not able to deal with certain children in there who have,
I get it. So no, they should not listen. Yeah. They should not use excessive force, no matter what people are in there for. I mean, they're serving their sentence.
And he was on concussion precautions.
So what have you done so far? What action have you taken so far?
So I have asked for the photos of the injuries from the facility, and the director told me to fill out a bunch of release forms and to get the photos. So I filled out the release forms, and then the staff in the records department told me that I couldn't have the photos. They will only release them to the police. So I actually contacted this mother who went through the same thing 6 or 7 years ago, and CPS has been involved. They take, whenever this kind of thing happens, they are contacted. And so what they do is they just close the case because there's no camera footage. Well, the problem is,
I get it.
Is that, yeah, so, this mom, who went through this 6 or 7 years ago with her daughter in the same facility, wrote a blog online. And CPS wrote in the report that the staff members needed to be wearing body cams. And so here we are 6 or 7 years later, and they still don't have body cams.
Rachel, do me a favor.
Anytime.
Rachel, I need you to do me a favor. Hang on the line for a sec here. We're going to take this on, and I want to get my criminal defense attorney on if we can. Joe Lazzara, the one that's who works with our show as an expert, and he's a criminal defense attorney. I want to ask him. He'll know a lot about this. So hang on, okay? 303 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Yeah, that sucks, okay? I mean, listen, maybe there's some exaggeration. We hear this a lot, but there are people in the system of justice. They get sick and tired of doing it. They start abusing people. Listen, I don't want to give you details, but I know people who were incarcerated, not guilty, just awaiting their first hearing. And it happens with DUIs and stuff like that. And these people all tell the same story. They're treated like crap. They're treated like convicted murderers. I mean, look, if you're convicted of a crime, you're doing your time, there's no reason for it to be severe or harsh in any way. Now, who knows? This guy might be a wise ass, and all the guards are doing is what they're supposed to do. You never really know, but we will look into it. 303-713-8255. I got Deputy D now, and I'm going to go back to D and talk to him. D, what about the gentleman who called Raymond about his Westera?
Yeah, Tom, I just got off the phone with Raymond, and he's not real easy to work with.
He's upset, you know, but he won't take a step back and look at the problem.
Yeah, and he continues to bring in a huge amount of irrelevant information into the conversations.
Did he ever contest the charge?
Well,
Just like
it's still unclear. So here's where we left this. He's almost home. He's going to scan and email me the last couple of statements he got from Westera. So I can see, and he's going to mark put a check mark or an X or something on the fraudulent charges. And I want to start with that. I'll call Westera and I'll find out what the official process is for him to open a credit card charge dispute. I have a feeling that his interaction with a lady at Vestera, whose name he doesn't even have, was very similar to his interaction with us, which is very emotional,
right?
Kind of angry.
I don't think he ever, and they just
Yeah.
went and closed this account because he didn't deal with them.
Yeah, he just said, the understanding I got is that he got this happened about a month and a half ago. Shortly thereafter, he got the bill for over $5,000 with allegedly fraudulent charges, and he just didn't pay it. So I have a feeling that's why they closed this account.
And he never actually did the protest.
Yeah, we need to go through the process. So I'll help walk him through that process after I get some advice from Westera.
All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, if you're looking for replacement heating and air, 888heating.com, one of the only sponsors who guarantees the absolute lowest price for high-efficiency installations. That's what they specialize in. They'll do a deep clean for $45, but the real deal is what they're doing for you if you need a replacement. You'll save 30 to 40% a month. 303-770-2776, 770-2776.
Fabulous.
Okay, how much time do I have? Really?
Compared to what?
Come on, really, how much?
For what?
How much time? Seriously, right now.
Like a minute. Get the fuck out. I don't care.
Just 1 minute?
Or till
Literally
the
just
lives.
1
Aren't
minute.
you going to do the lives? Are you going to do the
Oh,
lives
I'm sorry.
first?
I meant after the lives. Okay, let me do these. I'm
Holy
sorry.
shit.
I'm sorry.
I think you're a carrier
I
for
have a
dementia.
problem,
You're
okay?
starting to affect me. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. I can't help
I
it.
love you. I love
can't
you,
help
but
it.
you're lowering my IQ.
I can't help
I know.
it.
The airport on Penn, you look
I know that.
down on Santa Fe at Hampton. Got some backups there for southbound and Santa Fe, just south of C-470 near Town Center. Construction work continues to back up, actually, both directions. With traffic, I'm John.
Hey, Dimitri, trip over the cord to the life support.
Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Frederick Douglass went
Here you go.
by another man to being his own man. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
So I want to tell you about my journey with Denver Regen, and it has to do with pain relief. Before I had back surgery, I was plagued with back pain. I went to denverregen.com and they did stem cell therapy for me. Listen, it took all of my pain away to a point where I didn't know if I wanted surgery. Now, in my particular case, surgery was unavoidable because the discs are not going to grow back, right? Too far gone. But the point I'm making is if they can get me out of pain in that stage, think what they can do for regular pain. denverregen.com. Hey, if you're looking for safe, conservative investments, Joe Chiano, a certified financial planner we feature on this show, yeah, he offers fixed index annuities, but what about smaller investors? They can start life insurance policies that they overfund more than the premium on purpose in order to get this cash value that grows tax-free. It becomes a nest egg for you to use instead of the bank. That's why it's called becomethebanker.org. How much time now?
Now you have 3.5.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Martino, go.
And I'm sure you've never heard it before because it was only on Hot August Night and it was an old country song.
Very cool. I like the things you occasionally know. I really do. God damn it.
Mark says I'll be on mid next hour.
Tell him that he's already on mid. Huh. Hey, that's funny. Come on. You're on mid with a hint of sus. Did you see that? Oh, what is the word for somebody who's in their hundreds? What is the word for somebody?
Centenarian.
Oh yeah, okay, centurion, whatever. That fossilized troll doll that is that bitch from Connecticut. Connecticut representative. Rosa de la fucking that thing. Have you seen this deal? Rosa DeLauro?
Oh yeah, she's an idiot.
Oh my God! You know, I didn't know that her district included Gotham. But she did a Gen X. No wait, I'm Gen X. Fuck me. She did a Gen Z post on social media using all of those words, you know, on the Riz with the skivity and the thing. Oh, fuck off! Fuck off!
I don't know what any of that means. I simply just don't. Very bad at it.
Gen Z breakup.
All right.
He's not going to be on until
So you couldn't get him to
hour.
just talk about the contesting the charge.
Have you heard any of those words?
No. Cringe.
Told him to go to hell.
But
And sus, and yeah, cringe, and all right, we're not going to have Lazar until like Lazar or Mark.
Mark is mid next hour.
Mark is in an hour.
Mark is in an hour.
All right, and you're up.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Rachel, we have a call into our criminal defense attorney, and Kachina, he'll be on. Yes, no, maybe?
I'm trying, Tom. He
Okay.
hasn't contacted me back yet.
Okay, he'll probably contact us back, Rachel, and then we'll call you back. But basically, what I want to know is, what have you actually done so far officially? What have you done?
Well, I was trying to get the photos so that I could show proof.
Okay, got
and they won't release the photos.
Now, why? Tell me why there are
So
photos.
there's-
Why is Tell me why there are photos.
So when apparently when they take these kids back to the room, they're beating them up. So my son was on concussion precautions. He has markings all over him.
Who took the pictures? If they're beating kids up, why would they take pictures of it?
Medical staff. I don't know. Medical staff takes the pictures. I don't know if they
Here's what
come
I
when
wanna
that
know.
situation happens.
Now, do you visit your son? Is that how you know, or do you talk to him? How do you know all this?
I visit virtually. I was at his court date. I actually am out of state right now.
And then
so,
when you talk to other
I
kids,
can't
how did
visit
you
in
hear from
person.
other kids? You say that other kids say it's happening too. How do you hear from them?
Yeah, so when I've spoken to him on the phone, another kid will get on the phone, and they
Okay.
all say the same thing.
Okay, I got
That-
it. Now,
and there's reports
how many
of this
times,
6 or
though,
7 years ago.
Is this? No, I get it. Is this repeated, or are you talking about one incident with your son?
So we're on the second incident right now. And they're saying, they'll say things like, so his father was in there years and years ago when he was a juvenile, and they know his father and told him. They'll say things like, you're going to get the same treatment your dad got, while they're kneeing him in the head. And yeah, so this is the reports that I'm getting.
Okay.
And then there's markings all over his body that I've seen for myself. That's why I tried to get the photos, but they will not
Well, you
release
guys-
them to me. And so
Hold
there's
on a
no-
second. When he went through this offense,
go ahead.
what is the actual offense? What is he in there for? Because there's a reason I'm asking.
Can I just say it's a misdemeanor?
Okay.
Do I have to?
That's all it is.
I don't really want to say the charge.
No, it's
yeah.
fine. It's a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
I don't understand. And he's sentenced for a total of 1 year, right?
Well, 15 months. They gave him some time served, so he's supposed to be in there with a mandatory release date of December 30th. So he can get out early. and do
that's
like a
with good
step down.
behavior, but he's not going to get out early.
Right, but he keeps not getting, so he'll earn a level, and then something like this will happen. And so, but there's also, there's a lot to this, because he has, certain things, like, in his room, notebooks where he can write stuff, and these are not level earned. So they'll take his stuff and not give it back.
Tell me why.
He'll get
Are they
mail.
Are they picking on him, or is
It's
he?
not just him. I think that this is going on for other kids as well. And I have several meetings set up with the staff there to figure out what's going on. But a lot of these kids have diagnosis like PTSD. A lot of them have been through trauma in their life,
Okay. Well,
you know?
did you
And
ever
so
get your
I
meeting?
don't think
Did you ever get your meeting?
so. I have a meeting today, but
Okay.
they
Will
have
you
cleared staff
call us
to
back
return.
and please call us back and let us know.
I have a suggestion.
Go ahead.
For Rachel,
and
Tom.
by the way, Bo, are you and Doc back at the station?
We're here staring at each other.
Good. I
looking
want
for
to make
something
sure.
to
I'm
do.
going to put you to work. Go ahead. What is your suggestion?
Rachel, did you happen to contact the Western Regional Office of the Bureau of Prisons?
No.
I'll give you a phone number. You can call them, and they'll find out what office controls that facility in Greeley, and you can file an official complaint. It's
okay.
the Bureau
I would love
of,
to have that number.
It's the Bureau of Prisons, and it's the Western Regional Office. I'm going to give you the phone number.
You want to do it right now?
Okay, now, sir, does this
Sure.
do juveniles? Does this deal with juveniles?
Well, yes, it's the whole prison system, but they'll get you in touch with what office deals with the juvenile facilities.
Okay, great, thank you.
It's 209, area code 209-956-9700. I'd call them right now and get a complaint going against this facility in Greeley.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Rachel,
Thank you so much.
have you tried getting your representative involved in this? Anybody in the legislature that you've talked to?
No.
Well, I think that would also be a good thing to do, is find out who your state representative is and then talk to them about it and see if they can put some pressure on to get some information for you, or to, get the prison to be a little bit more transparent.
Okay.
Listen, I want you to call us back.
Up as well.
Rachel, I want you to call us back. Listen, I want to tell you something, and I think you found this. Let me ask you honestly if you have found this. Whenever you say you have a kid or a relative in detention or jail, whatever, prison, it doesn't matter, and then you go ahead to say he's being mistreated, I'll bet you get the eyes rolling and like, sure, you know what? Or do you get people sympathetic? What is your first reaction? Because Rachel, people tend to think, they're they're convicted, they're in trouble, they're doing their time, they're just bitching and moaning. But is that the impression you get, or do you get sympathetic ears?
I think my family has been very sympathetic. I really haven't talked to anyone in the outside world about it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of private, but I did reach out to that mom who wrote that blog because it happened to her daughter. And, she really had a hard time with it. Nobody would help her.
And it was the same facility, Platte Valley Detention?
Same facility, and the girl is saying the same exact thing that these other children, including mine, are saying. They take them to the room where there's no cameras, and they beat the living hell out of them. Yeah.
If that's going on, that's dead wrong. That's dead wrong. I mean,
it's horrible.
Is there a way you can get us contact information for yourself along with that other woman? Maybe we'll call you off the air and talk about this.
Absolutely.
Hey, Deputy Bo.
Yes, that would be awesome.
Deputy Bo, I want to assign you this to just do some probing. Bo's pretty damn good at that. And don't contact them yet, but just talk to that previous mom and see, let's assess the credibility here. Okay? Let's just assess the credibility.
Sounds good.
Rachel, hang on, and Kachina's going to get information from you. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. Dee, do you have an update of any kind? Because I saw you on the phone.
Yeah, I was on the phone, but I'm still waiting for that gentleman to send me the last couple of statements from Westera. He did say something that's very interesting.
And this is the guy who went to Target, bought a nightgown for his daughter. She's disabled. He wanted us to know, he's the caretaker. Right after he left the store, $5,000 worth of clothes show up on the same credit card. He believes it was the clerk. He didn't tell us why, but he said, who else could it be? So go ahead.
Yeah, so something he said that was very, very interesting and got me very suspicious is he said that when I asked him for Westera statements, he said, I really have very few of them. And I said, well, they send you one every month. He said, no, they don't. I only get them a couple of times a year or something like that.
I wonder what is going on.
So what I think is going on is, I didn't tell him this, but his mail may be getting stolen. And if that's the case,
I really think so.
Well, he said that he doesn't get a monthly statement from Westera. But I know for a fact that all credit card issuers send you a monthly statement.
Yeah, but
whether you want it or not, they send you a statement.
Let's figure out what the hell's going on.
So if somebody is stealing his mail,
I don't think it.
We'll find out. But let's see what these.
I just don't think. I think when everything goes perfectly, he does well. I think when he gets a ripple like this, like, oh, I didn't make these charges, he just assumes everyone's going to believe him and do what it takes. He has to actually take the action. And he has to be proactive. And I think he was kind of pissed because he went into the bank and probably said, these are not mine, and then refused to deal with it.
Yeah. And furthermore, he told the bank to go to Target and look at the videos from the Target register. So between that and his communication style, which is very important, I think they just said, dude, have a nice day. We're not.
But what we're going to do is help him do an actual formal complaint. All right, 303-713-8255. CMG Financial still doing loans, reverse loans, regular loans, the all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit. I love that. Call our friend John over there, 303-882-6679, partnerandlending.com.
Yep. Did you want to brag at all about being on time?
I love it. I've been doing
American
pretty
Stories.
Now, the freeways are doing pretty
well. It's the having two calls.
coming down from 104th through 84th, but it opens up into downtown. Still 10 minutes between downtown and the tech center. And 225 right around the spillway was just
Hey, by the way, D, let me save you some time. I think it was Rachel's son that stole his credit card.
on Santa Fe at Hampton. Got some backups there for southbound and Santa Fe, just south of C470 near Town Center. Construction work continues to back up, actually, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Frederick Douglass went from being owned by another man to being his own man. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, what I love about Fix It 24/7 is that they come to your home with the idea of fixing things, and that's what they want to do. And I'm proud to announce they've also merged with 888heating.com, two great companies, now one great company, Fix It 24/7, which means the best prices on high efficiency replacement units, and now the $39 extreme clean before the summer hits. Get that, please get that furnace checked out. They do an amazing job for simply $39. That's Fix It 24/7, fixmyhome.com, 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939. Hey, you know, we want to talk to Joe Lazzara as an expert. You heard us say, let's get him on. And the reason is he is an expert at criminal defense. Now, here's a case where someone's already incarcerated. Can he help? He's helped us with all kinds of navigation through the criminal defense system. He can help you too. First of all, if you're charged with anything, or you're being investigated, or you have a DUI, call Joe and just say, Joseph Lazzara, please help me. Give me an idea of what this is. Ask him all of your questions. Lazzara, free of charge, upfront initial consultations. If you hire him, he quotes a flat rate. 303-429-6200, 429-6200.
Thank you.
You love to travel?
Oh. Yeah, not doing too bad there.
We're doing really well.
Yeah. I ought to just run this show every day. This has been good. So that story runs, and I hear him and Q go, oh, my God. I'm like, what? Oh, fuck. So I go over and I go, you okay? No, I said, you know, you better get used to it. What? It may work. Oh, what? Oh. And he kind of gets all sheepish, and I said, does that upset you a little? Well, I know. Good morning, Shannon. That's all he said. And I said, you know, I feel bad for people that feel bad about this. He said, good to talk to you, too.
But isn't it funny? The minute he announced that, Adam and I just started cracking up because it's like...
Announced what?
Oh, my God. How brilliant is
that
he?
Trump is looking for a third term.
Why is he playing into the hands of every conspiracy theorist in the entire world?
Because lick D's nuts.
He can.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
I swear to God.
running space in their heads. It's beautiful. So funny.
San Francisco launches equity speed camera program where you pay based on your wealth. How about that?
I hate it. Is that true?
If there were ever a state that does
That's what
this,
they're doing a
it's
story on it right
California.
now on Fox, yeah. So as true as that can be. I wonder how fast I can get my shopping cart up to. See what ticket they'd give me.
How can you push the van
Yep.
quick enough?
Income-based speeding tickets. Ah!
That certainly will be a deterrent.
Come on, guys. I'm not getting any good texts.
So
well,
Mark's,
I'm exhausted on outbounds.
Yeah. So Mark's Tesla is set to aggressive, huh?
I don't think.
What
you
are the
said
other
that.
options?
I want to get a Tesla though.
That's what he said. It's set to
You think
aggressive,
you don't want to
especially in self-driving.
Just practice.
I would certainly respect electric cars more if they had some sort of taser deterrent on the outside. You come up to Kia Cybertruck, it ought to zap your nuts off.
See, I didn't know you were such an advocate of that.
There's no way you can't. Bo, there's no way you can't build a capacitor into that thing that would straighten someone's hair.
That's a good question. I think you can. I don't know what the body of the Tesla is. It metal or is it composite?
You could have some sort of device that always sprays out water on the ground.
Yeah, you could have a high voltage, low amperage capacitor if the car's made of metal.
Awesome. You want to yell at Tom again?
Tom?
Yeah?
Mr. Martino, sir?
Hey, I'm sending you the guy from yesterday, the single dad who does HVAC. He just sent me his resume and everything, so I just sent it to you.
Good, thank you.
Bo will be the arbiter of that. Because when it comes to probing, Bo is the first name I think of.
That
right,
book will travel.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Science Stuff, and listen now.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Somebody texted that 15 months is way long for a misdemeanor. That, could you find out off the air, Kelly? And we will not publish it, what the offense was, please. So just so we know. I mean, because I do believe they treat people differently based on offenses. I really do believe that. So this person says, Tom, 15 months for a misdemeanor. She's being dishonest. You cannot believe her if she cannot be honest. She's babies him and continues to be his tool to get away from taking responsibility. I knew people would have that reaction. That's not the feeling I get from her. Maybe I'm being, I don't know. That's just not the feeling I'm getting. And there are people saying they doubt this would ever happen. Anyway, what were you going to say? And somebody was going to say something? 303-7.
Naive.
Go ahead.
Well, you just might be a little naive on that. I think she is coddling the boy.
You do? Just because she called about what could be possible beatings, you call that coddling? That's what
I want him to be treated as well as possible, but how did he get in there?
No, I'm not recommending it be a country club. I'm just saying, obviously, if the guy's a pain in the ass, let me ask you this. Are you okay? Seriously, let's all talk human to human and forget official stuff. Are you okay? Let's say there's a guy who's just a smart ass and everything they say about him's true. Let's say he's a smart ass, he's a cut up, he's a pain in the ass, he's just a bum, okay? Is it okay in your opinion? I really want to know this. My morons, you can help me out here. My YouTube morons who give me instant feedback. Is it okay to give him a little ass kicking? I'm serious. Now, I'm really serious, like for discipline. I mean, I don't believe the system is set up to do that. I believe you only use enough to restrain them, but you don't just punish them, right? It's not like where you're getting detention with 10 paddles or like in Thailand. Was it Thailand or where? No. Wait. Where was it?
Singapore.
The lashing. Singapore.
It was Singapore.
Thank you, guys. Right. Do you remember that? Oh, my God.
That's pretty brutal stuff.
That was brutal stuff.
And I might add, uncivilized.
But anyway, is it okay? What do you think? I'll take the round table here. Shannon, do you think those guards have the right every now and then to give an ass kicking?
Well, I'm sure that if he's acting up, that behavior needs to be corrected.
Well, do you think they have the right to maybe just tune him up a little? I'm asking straight up.
Yeah,
yes.
until he follows the rules.
Okay. Bo, what do you think?
I certainly do. They need a little discipline. Now, what's really the shame is his mom, Rachel, is out. If you remember, she's out of state. I mean, why is she out of state when her son's doing 15 months? I mean, I think she should be more.
But, Bo, that's not answering the question. So you think it's okay?
No.
Here, let me tell you why it's not okay, Tom. Because it's a slippery slope. Who decides what is reasonable corporal punishment and what isn't? As soon as you
I'm
allow
with you on
somebody,
that. I'm with you on that, Doc.
as soon as you allow somebody to use force, it becomes harder and harder to define what is reasonable and acceptable force. And there is no way that guards should be using physical force on juveniles.
Well, we don't know what kind of force is used, and we don't know what the crime is.
That's my whole point.
Right.
Since you don't know, you can't say where to draw the line.
All right, hang around. We're going to have more on this discussion, plus your consumer problems, questions, complaints. Give us a call right now and get right through it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You can also call 303-MARTINO, 24/7. That number is good. 303-627-8466. More coming right up.
Thank you.
It's okay to discipline them.
I think.
Well, certainly, to be honest,
get out of line.
I really feel bad for her. I would be insane if my kid were in the joint.
I tell you how. Listen, Doc, I'll tell you how to draw the line on what they're doing. Are they shanking people? Are they spitting on the guards? There's a myriad of infractions. If they're just being disrespectful, that's different. But if they're causing physical,
You got to answer my question.
Okay.
What force? Where do you draw the line on what force the guards are allowed to use? I'm not talking about
Draw the line.
Discipline. We can argue about that. But I say we won't argue about that. But where do you draw the line? What's reasonable force?
You mean is termed getting a spanking or hitting? Those are levels of force.
It's okay for the guards to use force.
I think so. They have to maintain discipline.
What force is reasonable?
The force needs to be reasonable enough to stop what they're doing and be a mock.
You can't decide that.
I can't?
No.
Don't you think the guards can? Because if you...
Are you kidding? Once you give people permission to use force, it becomes impossible to delineate what's reasonable and what's not.
I'm sure they have a handbook on what level of force they can use, Doc. You know? I mean, if you don't, they could break... I mean, they could take over their house. I mean, it's not like the old days where they would frickin', put you in the stocks, you remember, and beat you with a whip. They don't do that. I mean, this is punishment, not giving them only one meal a day.
I mentioned that about
not going
Tesla
out to extras, go out and have recreation.
Aggressive, and I wonder
or
what the other titles
a reasonable
and it's not
force would be
aggressive.
The punishment would be have solitary
confinement for a week.
That's not force. We're talking about physical force.
Names
physical
for the self-driving mode.
Right. No. All the other stuff is okay.
Which is what he has.
That's not using force.
Okay. Well, see, I misunderstood. See, that to me would be a term of force. Putting them, I get it, Doc. You're right. I get it. I don't know.
So hurry must.
I know. Okay, I agree with you. You're making me come around. I get it.
I was thinking about this.
I was thinking
just yesterday.
One meal.
I'm like, well,
can't use the weightlifting.
Moving quickly in and out of traffic is aggressive.
I'm really
anxious. What's the opposite word? Because it would be timid,
which would be chill.
She was very.
Chill is a much better word.
I think so, Doc. He's a violent person,
right? Here, I'm going to force you to watch just another minute of a video here. Corporate breakup.
True, but
so the other was Gen Z. This one
doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Doc, okay, I agree.
And it's only 15 months. I can't be that serious.
I know, but for a 16-year-old, I know that's over a year, Doc. You're gonna do that from taking the Snickers bars out of a Target store.
I don't know. Let's say he was selling dope.
I'm gonna find out. If Kelly didn't call, I'm gonna call. Kelly? I agree.
I tried it a couple of times in college, but it would put me to sleep every time. I hated it. It wasn't fun.
Oh my God!
We would have to agree that our way of us incarcerating people.
All my friends were doing it. I just never.
Better tenfold.
I didn't go to a party place.
I
went to talk to girls and drink beer and get crazy.
Would you agree with that, Doc?
No.
Oh, really? Okay.
Really, I want to show you something.
Did it stop?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh.
Perfect timing.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Here, this is what the prisoners like in Sweden.
Well, what's going on?
Punishment is a prison sentence. Okay. Well, Doc, we probably do this here. Some of it. So you think they're going to be totally rehabilitated?
I mean, it's a whole.
I mean, this looks better than our deal.
It's the problem is that a lot of these countries are very homogeneous. I mean, you take Korea, Japan, Sweden, Norway.
Okay, I think I understand. You have an issue with your BMW?
Screamer.
Okay, what's your name?
Okay.
You take countries where you have
All right, Amy.
a hodgepodge like
Let's get you some help. I do have an open line here, and Tom can definitely assist you. What is the year and make of the car? You said it was a BMW 335i. What is the year?
in a heterogeneous population. They say all have the same values.
Yeah.
And is it in the shop?
Yeah, you're right. I never thought of it that way.
I've always realized that, but
because they're all the same culture or ethnicity, if they're going to get
So
along
it's
better in
undrivable?
prison.
yeah, and also they don't commit as many crimes.
In prison or out?
Okay.
No, out of
And where did you take it to get fixed?
we have the I think we have
Do you think we have so too much crime, Doc? Because we're totally a melting pot of.
Well, wait, do we have too much crime? Of course.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, but a lot of it has to do with culture and our system where there's, we don't have 99% of the.
And where was this at?
The same, that we're not all white Christians.
Right. Yeah, religion.
O'Reilly.
In Norway, 99% the Norwegians are white and they're Christian.
Right, the religion's the same.
All right, hang on.
And, you know,
Don't care.
more immigrants than the other.
Really don't care.
And we have more cultural differences. And the whole race issue is ridiculous. Ridiculous in the sense that it's contributing.
Caroline! Do you think a mixed race society breeds more crime, Doc?
Yes.
Okay.
No question.
I need to ponder that. Okay. Huh. It's something to think about.
I think it is because, you know,
You may be right.
because I think when you have a mixed culture, the people,
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino, and I thank you for the show, for being here, because really without you, there is no show. And thank you to my YouTube morons who faithfully stream, and for all of the many thousands who download. One and all, if you're listening to me, please know you can text me directly at any time, 24/7, especially during the show, at 747-999-5280. I really want you to know that that is truly my personal cell phone with the Google Voice number I assigned to my cell phone. So I can turn it on and off when I want, but I usually have it on. And that is right now, if you did it, it texts, it comes right to me. So what I like about that is service to my listeners and people who need help. I really put myself out there on that number, and I ask you to text 747-999-5280. So welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, there's a controversy brewing both on YouTube and also with my text messaging on the mother who called about her son. There is a prevailing attitude. If you're in prison, you're a scumbag, you deserve it, or if you're in detention and you get what you get. I still think, of course, there should be a code of conduct. Let's face it. I mean, that doesn't mean you have to be treated like you're, at a daycare center or at a carnival, or a field trip for high school. But at the same time, I don't think they're already convicted and sentenced. And do they deserve, you'd be surprised how many people with text and emails or texts mainly and on online have agreed that it's okay for a guard every now and then to give a pain in the ass kid an ass kicking. I wonder if that was your son or daughter, if you'd feel that way. I don't think I want people meting out justice the way they feel it's okay. I think you mete out justice the way it's prescribed in the law. We were never meant to have cruel or unusual punishment. Now, that wouldn't necessarily be cruel, a quick ass kicking, but it certainly would be unusual. And I just don't think there's a place for it. And according to this woman, and one who blogged about it years ago, this Platte Valley Juvenile Detention Center has a reputation for using a room with no cameras where they take inmates, or whatever you call them, detentionees, well, anyway, whatever, they're inmates. They take them for a good ass kicking. They tune them up, as they say, because they're a pain in the butt. I'm not okay with that. I know we joke a lot on this show about stuff, but I'm not okay with that. Amy, tell us about your 2011 BMW 335i. Yes. By the way, let me explain something about Beamers. They're wonderful cars, I'm told by all my people, and they still are wonderful when they get older, like yours, but they become a problem with oil leaks, and maintenance becomes prohibitive almost. Amy, how long have you had, I just want some basics, then I'll let you tell your story. How long have you had your 2011 BMW? Sure.
I just bought it on January 29th of 2025.
Okay. Now, that would have been, okay. The reason I say that is having a 2011 BMW, you're going to have some problems. So why don't you tell your story now? Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was looking to buy a car and I had I gave myself a $5,000 budget, and the car was $5,450. I thought it was through a private seller, so I go to meet him. We take it for a drive, and I tell him, well, it feels a little shaky, and he's like, well, it's because it's sat for a while. Just drive it for 5 days and then take it and have the tires or whatever looked at. So I go to North Dakota and I come back and I developed a knock, which was on the 2nd of March.
But I have some questions, Amy. There's some holes. There's some holes in the story, and I appreciate the brevity. I really do. So when you bought this car, did you think you were trying it out, or did you actually buy it? You paid $5,450 for a used 2011 BMW 335i, and this was in January, or when did you say it was?
I bought the car January 29th.
Yeah.
2025. Okay. I paid $5,000 cash.
I get it. I
paid $1,700.
Did you understand? Okay. Did you understand at the time you bought that you're buying all of the problems and it's as is?
Well, he told me that they had a warranty, and I told him I was interested in purchasing the warranty. And so he gave me the pamphlet to take and to call and purchase the warranty.
Did you have the warranty? Did you have the warranty when these problems started showing up?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, on this road trip, did you drive this all the way to where did you say, to Dakota? Where did you drive it?
North Dakota.
Okay. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm going to ask. What are you asking us, or what do you want to happen right now? What do you think is going on?
Well, I'm not sure, but my car is not drivable, and I had the car for 31 days.
Okay.
And he says when I called him, he says, oh, well, we'll do something. I'm in Europe right now. Can you call me back on Wednesday? I wait till Wednesday, and he still hadn't called to find out if he can get the warranty for the car.
Let's talk facts and stuff, all that first. I want you to know something. Seriously, Amy. I'm trying to figure out a way to help you, okay? I really do feel for you. I understand this happens to a lot of people, but I have to be straight with you, okay? Right now, as a buy-sell thing, unless he did something by mistake or some fraudulent thing, what you bought was a used car as is, and he has zero responsibility to you. Zero. That's the cold, hard facts. Now, if somehow we find he cheated you or lied to you or fraudulently induced you to sign the contract, that's a different story. But I caution you, that very seldom happens because these used car people know how to do it right. They know how to do it legally, and they know how to trap you in a car. But I have some basic questions. Do you have a loan on this car, or is it paid in full?
No. I paid it in full.
Okay. And did you get paperwork to file for a warranty?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but you did not actually execute the warranty yet?
I'm not able to. The dealership has to do it.
Okay. And when you bought this car, did you have it checked out by a garage beforehand or by a mechanic?
No, I do not.
Okay. What's the name of the place you bought this from?
Car Pros.
Car Pros. Where are they located?
They're located on McIntyre in Golden.
In Golden, okay. Now, when you had these problems, what did they say they would do for you?
He said that we will do something. We will do something. Call me on Wednesday.
So in less than 30 days, tell me what's wrong with it right now that came up. What did you discover?
It won't start. Like, I can drive it.
But did you get an official diagnosis?
I discovered that it had a... Yes, I took it to O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and they scanned it. They put it on the OBDI scanner, and it came up with the trouble codes PO300, which is a general engine code, and then PO302 and PO305.
And Amy, if you get in your car right now, Amy... If you get in your car right now and start it up and try to drive it somewhere, what happens?
It doesn't start. There's no turnover. There's nothing.
Okay. Here's what I want to do.
The car stalled on me.
Here's what I want to do. Do you have any money? And we're not trying to hit you up for this. I'm asking this as a matter of practicality. If it needs repair, it may not be serious. You're assuming it is. We don't know what's wrong with that car yet. So what if I could get that car over to a place to have them check it out to see what's wrong with it first? Let's start there. That's where we need to start. But I want to get Kevin Calkin on with you, our car expert, one of our car experts. If you can hang on, we're going to try to get Kevin on to talk about this. So just hang tight. And I understand your frustration. I do feel for you. This happens to a lot of us. It does. It just does. And I know I tell people, you should always get a car checked out and all that, but so many people don't. I'm going to try to help you. 303-713-8255. Hey, Frank Duran, the real estate man, will do an evaluation of your home right now, free for the asking. It's a complete analysis of what it will sell for and what you will net in this market. That's how wonderful Frank is. He's doing this free, and it takes into consideration all of the market conditions. So get an accurate idea of what your house will bring you. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Only two things in life are certain, death and taxes. How about one more? Switch from Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile to cut your bill in half with Pure Talk. For just $25 a month, you get unlimited talk, text, 5 gigs of data on America's most dependable 5G network. Making the switch, it's simple, fast, and easy. You dial pound 250, you say the keyword Pure Talk, and make the switch. You do it now, you save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, wireless, by Americans, for Americans.
CMG Financial for your mortgage loans at a time when people have cowered and scaled back. He's a lender who's going full speed ahead for you. CMG Financial. He is directly with the bank and can help you. His name is John. He says, have your listeners call. I'll get them a reverse loan, a regular loan, or the all-in-one loan, where every dime you have in the bank counts against your average daily balance to keep your interest rates low. And it's a 30-year line of credit. Find out more, 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679, partnerinlending.com. Ask for John, partnerinlending.com. Hey, speaking of Johns, how about John Fuller? He is our personal injury expert. What he does for us is he answers questions, and he does that for you before you even hire him. So let's say you're in an accident, or your son or daughter, niece, nephew, anyone is in an accident. They need help. They can call the number. John will talk to them before they hire him. They just have to say, hey, I want to talk to John Fuller. He may have to call you back. But when he talks to you, he'll answer each and every question free of charge. Now, if you hire him officially, it's on a percentage fee basis, and he'll work tenaciously to get you the best settlement possible. 303-597-4500. We know him. We love him. 303-597-4500.
Very nice.
I shouldn't be saying this right now because I don't want to hex anything, but our technology has been flawless recently. Shut up, morons. They're
I
probably
wouldn't say flawless. I think flawless. You mean the camera stuff? Or
No,
the
I
audio
mean
stuff?
I mean our streaming, our sound, our on air, our return audio, our callers, our balance.
The sound is into the 90% area. I mean, it gets glitchy. You know, certainly if you raise your voice, it glitches out. There was one point there with Rachel where it was where you were garbled a bit.
Do you think that's the Lucy?
Yeah, a combination of Lucy and just whatever. It's the internet. I mean,
yeah,
it's a lot worse when you're really counting on porn and it seizes up. But you know, because what are you going to do?
What is porn?
Huh? It's overcooked corn.
Is it in the eyes of the beholder?
And I hear that it stings
According
if it's
to
in the
Scalia.
eyes. If it's in the eyes, I hear it stings, Kelly.
I don't know about that.
What? Oh.
Kelly, how's Adam? Did he get a job?
He's got a line on one right now, but it doesn't look like it's going to probably pan out until the middle of April. You know, the other one that he was supposed to have, they reneged.
God almighty, why?
He's overqualified.
No, that wasn't it at all.
Well, I can say whatever.
It was supposed to be a contract job for 2 weeks and then to roll over into full-time. And the guy that hired him got fired, and they reneged the contract because there was a 72-hour
Hey, Shannon,
renege clause.
if I have a parking pass for the game tonight, Avalanche, what does that mean? It doesn't have a space number or anything on it. It just says parking.
No, you go to the Camry lot.
Camry lot, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know it's a Camry lot?
Is that a capless thing?
But how do you know?
Is that a capless thing?
I'm
you
going
get a capless?
I'm going to a suite.
Yeah, it's Camry lot.
Yeah, for
Camry.
that sort of fancy stuff. Yep. The Camry lot.
No, it's not capless. It's someone else. It's one of my sponsors.
Okay. No, that's great. When Dan hands out ticket packages, it includes parking in the Camry.
Okay. So you're just assuming this is the Camry?
Yeah.
Well, his is usually the suite, and we always park in the Camry.
Does he have a regular suite?
His isn't a suite.
Yeah, he has a regular suite, but then he also has glass tickets.
I want to grow up.
And he's got the mid-court for Nuggets.
I want to grow up and be Dan.
To be Dan? It is pretty good. Oh, you both make money while you're sleeping, and that's another good thing.
Well, he just got a $35 million judgment, so I think he's doing okay.
Oh, yeah. The firm will take $10 million of that.
All right, here we go.
A little bit more.
Y.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me get to the phones here. And, doggone it. Here we go. Okay. So, we're waiting for our car expert, Kevin Calkin, to come on. And then we're also going to talk about whatever is on your mind. Give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I have a text here that says, Tom, that's inhuman to apply random punishment by the guards. What I say is one better know how to throw hands when they are incarcerated. What? Wait, better so you know. I don't even know what that means. But I will say one better know, how to throw hands when they are incarcerated because other prisoners and guards will prey on them. Well, look, you can't fight your way through prison. It's not going to work. Juvenile detention facilities, here's another text. Juvenile detention facilities are managed by the Colorado Division of Youth Services. The Federal Bureau of Prisons won't have any information for that woman. So, Bo, they said it was the juvenile. It's the Colorado Division of Youth Services she should contact. Bo, I think, gave out that number. And by the way, if you have a reason to chime in, you don't want to get on the phone, you want to text, you can do so at 747-999-5280, 747-999-5280. Somebody else says, Tom, I told you this would happen. Trump wants to be a dictator and is trying to stay in office even beyond his second term now. And you said it wasn't possible. Well, I still say it's not possible to be a dictator in the United States the way we're set up, and no one will put up with it. Now, as far as, by the way, you can get calls in at 303. Don't let me interrupt you. I'll take you right away. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-Martino. Now, the fact that he's trying to do a third term, let him do it, right? I think that's far from wanting to be a dictator. But people are so paranoid right now. They're beside themselves. Now, another text about that kid in juvenile detention, and the mom called. This text says, she told you 2 rules had been broken already, sitting on the desk and having stuff in his room that he's not qualified to have. He's being a punk. They're treating him like a punk. Okay, but does that mean they have the right to just give him an ass kicking every now and then? Seriously. Now this one says, Tom, I think the guards do need to tune up some of the inmates occasionally. In some cases, it may be the first real discipline they've ever gotten in their lives. It might help them decide to act better in the future. So they don't end up in jail again. And that's from Rob in Tennessee. Thank you, Rob, very much from Tennessee. Another one says, you know what? You really should not leave it up to the discretion of guards. Some guards might be brutal, others not so brutal. And I totally agree. This cannot be done on a, hey, does he need it or not basis. I don't think you should leave it up to the gut of the guards on duty, for God's sakes, on when they want to give someone an ass kicking.
Tom, I think that we're also missing some of the context. The caller didn't mention what this kid is in for and what the entirety of his arrest and conviction record is like. I think that would help to add some
It doesn't matter, D.
context.
It doesn't matter what he's in for.
And
Guards should not be hitting
Doc
juveniles.
is saying, by the way?
No.
Doc is saying, go ahead, Doc. While you were talking, he just
Oh, I'm
wanted
sorry,
to,
I
no,
spoke
he
over
wanted
you.
to interject. Go ahead, Doc.
Oh.
And
It doesn't
furthermore,
matter what he's in
Doc,
for.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you going to say? It doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter what he's in for. The guards have no right to strike a juvenile.
yeah, we don't know what actually happened because in part it's because we don't even know what the preceding events are that led to this alleged assault, right? So if he took a swing at the guard is going to do more than take one swing back. So we really have
We're
absolutely
not
no
talking about
information
that.
to theorize what happened, why it happened, and whether or not it was justified.
Okay. But when would it, I'm going to ask you now, put you on the spot. When would it be justified? An ass kicking?
An ass kicking is never justified. What is justified is legitimate self-defense on the part of the guard.
To subdue them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So,
So you're saying this could have been just them trying to subdue the kid.
yeah, absolutely. And that does involve what we would otherwise term an ass kicking.
Right.
But
I don't
we're
think the
not
guy was
talking
sitting in
about
Bible
self-defense.
study And they pulled him into a windowless room without cameras that's also soundproof and just beat the snot out of him. I guarantee you that didn't happen. So unless we have information about the preceding events, there's no, I mean, none of us can make an intelligent
But
decision
even
whether or not it was justified.
Okay, but even undue force for subduing is out of line too. It's undue.
Oh, yeah.
Doc, did you want to say something?
No, I'm just saying I agree. If it's self-defense, that's one thing. We're talking about using corporal punishment as a punishment for other either minor infractions or just to intimidate.
Yeah, we can all agree on that, Doc. You're 100% correct. I just have a feeling that what led up to this so-called ass kicking is going to be pretty significant if we ever learn that, the truth of what really happened in this matter, which we'll never know.
Yeah. Anyway, we have to take a quick break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And I want to tell you about Renew Home Innovations. If you want the most beautiful walk-in showers, picture this, sheet porcelain. And it's not thin little stuff. It's a beautiful slab of porcelain for your showers, your backsplashes, your walls, wherever you want it, like a wainscoting. And they do it all in just a few days, and you have several options to pay over time with low or no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com. No maintenance, walk-in, beautiful showers, and they're made to your liking, just the way you move. They have all kinds of options. Call them, 303-904-2000, 303-904-2000.
Awesome. You're throwing me off.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, just a few slow spots as you're coming into downtown, southbound 25 through 20th over to Spear. There's been some road work in there holding up the drive just a little bit. 270's been running kind of heavy, hot and cold, basically out of Commerce City through Vasquez and also Pena. Looks like coming out of the airport from at least E470 and then back past 56th Avenue is a little sluggish. We're still wide open to and from the Tech Center. Most of the other routes out here are at the posted speed limit. Do have that construction down out of Highlands Ranch along Santa Fe at Town Center. This is just south of C470. Still backups in the area. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the short but all-important ride of the famous Pony Express. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
By now, you've probably heard of medical tourism, where people go away to have procedures done because they not only save money, but they get a little trip. Now, here's the deal. You can save an incredible amount of money on hair transplants. Now, I'm not throwing stones at anyone who does them here in town, but what if you could get the same quality from an MD and you could take 3 or 4 days a week in Istanbul, Turkey, and still save the money, even when you include all your travel? That's right. The founder, Nick Turner, had this done. He went to Istanbul, Turkey, had it done and said, you know what? It's so inexpensive. I can put together a trip for my people if they want to do it. So that's what he did. RecoverYourHair.com. Your hair starts growing the very next day. You have a follow-up visit or two, and then you're off to home. But it's all covered, and it's all cheaper, even with airfare. Check him out, okay? RecoverYourHair.com, 970-534-0676. Now, if you're looking for solar, you know how I feel about the solar industry. It basically sucks in general. Why? Because most solar companies aren't solar companies. They're salespeople. They sell you out the door and you don't see them again. And you don't even know who's doing your solar. That doesn't happen with Red Rock's roof and solar. They are there from beginning to end. They sell it, they install it, they service it. They'll even service systems that they didn't put in. That's how good they are. They know all about the tax deductions and tax credits. Why don't you check them out? Especially if you're a commercial operation, you may be eligible for grants to pay for the whole thing. That's redrocksrs.com. redrocksrs.com. 303-704-2449. 704-2449.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
By the way, we have a very bad connection. I don't know if you have me on our speakerphone or Bluetooth, but I just simply am having a really hard time listening to you. I can hear you much better now.
Like I say, I think you're doing a great job, but Elon Musk has something to tell you.
What do you mean?
Oh, this isn't the part. Hang on, he gets to it. Remember this?
Go fuck yourself.
Who do you say that to?
Go fuck yourself.
Bob Iger and a bunch of other people at a conference a couple of years ago.
Wow.
You're trying to blackmail me with money? Hey, D? Can D hear me?
D, they're talking to you.
Hey, what? Okay, I'm here. I didn't hear anything.
Were you responding to the Elon Musk comment?
Yes, that guy's
Were
a
you
national
telling
treasure.
Tom about Elon? Have you seen Citizen Kane?
Yes, I have. And I see a
At one
huge
point,
bill.
his accountant, sure, same here. His accountant is saying, "Sir, you lost $1 million last year. You're going to lose $1 million this year." And he says, and Kane turns to his accountant and says, "Yes, at this rate, I'll be out of business in 65 years." and Musk is kind of the same way, you know.
Yep.
You lost $1 billion this year. You'll lose $1 billion next year. I'll be out of business in 500 years.
That's good.
That's great. That's great.
That guy is an American hero.
Oh, no kidding. And he's got every part of this figured out, except I do feel bad for him when he looks he doesn't look confused. I don't think he gets confused, but he looks hurt by the people coming after him. He's like, I thought I was helping.
What
I
do
thought
me and
you
Musk?
people wanted
What do
this.
me and Musk have in common?
Autism.
How did you know that?
Well, I've known you since '95.
Okay.
So Elon Musk yesterday said that he receives between 15,000 and 18,000 death threats per day.
Come on.
Oh, I could imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I like him. He is such a thinker.
Kelly's getting worn out, and it's only
Did
11:30.
Kelly find out what that kid was in for?
Tom, I found
Possession
out.
of a firearm.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and
it wasn't
I
sexual.
looked it up. No, it was possession of a firearm at first
Guns haven't called
offense.
sexual. This is my weapon. This is my gun. This one's for shooting. This one's for fun.
I think Bo's going to update you because he's the one who called her and found out.
All right.
What was he doing to get arrested with his firearm?
Right?
Right?
Like, what was the actual reason for the stop?
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm here with Deputy D at the home studio, and then we have at the mothership, Deputy Bo and Deputy Doc holding down the fort along with Kachina Kalori, and of course Shannon on the controls. And I use that word lightly, controls, because he just basically sits back and he gets interrupted by the show every now and then. So let's
you
talk.
watch or I have to tune you up.
Yeah. Okay. Now, speaking of tuning up, several opinions here. Someone's saying they doubt it's happening the way she describes it. I doubt they're just randomly kicking people's butt. They were probably just trying to restrain him. You know what? And then, you know, the kid thinks, oh, you were too harsh. It's probably the first time he's ever had discipline. Someone says hitting is not discipline. Discipline means to teach. Hitting a kid in juvenile detention, unless it's really in self-defense, is unacceptable. Hitting could trigger trauma response. Some kids could be victims of abuse, and hitting them could increase their already traumatized psyches and lead to more violence and inappropriate behaviors. So that's well thought out. That's true. I mean, truly, if a kid did witness, you know, excessive discipline or whatever, or harshness, it doesn't teach them anything. And but again, we don't know if it's happening or not. 303.
Didn't she say that one of the incidents happened because he was sitting on a table?
Yes, he refused to get off, right.
So I heard Doc saying they shouldn't do anything physical, so you allow them to sit on the table for the rest of their life, or how does that work?
I think he means that he shouldn't
Mark, that
beat
isn't
him.
what I said. I said you shouldn't use beating as a punishment.
I don't think they did. I think they had to forcibly remove him because he was out of control.
Wait, if the kid is sitting on a table and he won't respond to verbal commands, then of course you need to use physical force to take him down. But I'm talking about using it as a beating or giving guards free rein to do.
I don't think they do that. I think basically the kid was out of control, and you know he was fighting them the whole way, and they ended up taking him down.
If that's the case, that's self-defense, and the kid initiated the physical contact.
Did we find out what what did this kid do? I didn't hear that part.
No, okay,
Mark.
He's in for something that, what is it, related to a gun charge?
Yeah, I called Rachel during the break. He was stopped with several other persons, and they searched him and found it was a possession of a firearm without a permit.
And
now, who the hell gets a year and a half?
Yeah, that's
Mark,
who gets a year and a half for that?
I looked it up. Possession of a firearm without a permit can be 18 months in prison.
Wow.
So they gave him the maximum.
They did.
Colorado law.
And because he's a juvenile, they
God,
and it was
that's amazing to me.
and it was one-time offense. I asked her about that. So she's supposed to have a virtual meeting with this juvenile facility in Greeley, and I told her to give me a call after the meeting.
This whole thing sounds it's not passing the smell test. Now that I heard this gun thing, I mean, I don't understand. Once again, so you're saying if a kid has a gun, not like threatening people, not shooting people, but if a kid has a gun, they go to juvie for 18 months? I've never heard of anything
he
like
might
that.
have had some issues in the past, and then they took it into consideration. Hey, listen, Amy, don't bring Amy up, but we don't have Kevin available. Will he be available for any of the show? If not, let's get Jeff Vick from Kimmer Transmission on. Okay? Let's get Jeff Vick on. And then if not Jeff, we'll go down the line to our auto experts. We can get Honest Accurate Auto on, or we can try him right now if you want. Get Jesse on. And then Amy, we're trying to get one of our experts to talk about your BMW in general to see what the heck we can do with you. She bought it used, did not get it checked out. She can't drive it right now. She doesn't even really know what's wrong with it. And but I told her she's not going to get the dealer to do anything because it's as is. Jane, let's talk to you about your townhome. What's going on, Jane?
Oh, okay. Yes, hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just great. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I have a roof that was replaced on my townhome, and the entire townhome was re-roofed because of a hailstorm.
Now, when they do the townhomes,
And,
wait, 1 second, Jane. When they do the roof, did one roofer do all the townhomes and you pay for your section? Is that how it worked? Or did you hire your own person?
No, the HOA hired them, and then they did a special assessment.
Okay.
And so everything was done through the HOA company. The roofer hit my gas line, and they're refusing to pay for it.
Now, what gas line? Are you on the bottom floor?
No, I'm on an in unit, and the gas line runs up the side, and then it goes into the attic and over to the hot water heater.
Okay.
And furnace.
And it was
closet on the
only
second floor.
it was only your gas line. It wasn't a gas line to the building.
Right.
And
Each
what
unit
did
has their
and what
own
did
gas
you have to
line,
do?
right. It was just
Did you
fine.
have to have it fixed on your dime? Did you pay for it?
Well, I didn't know what had happened. I didn't even know it was the roofing company that did it until the plumbers came out and investigated and found the leak. And it was
Why
up
did the
off that
plumbers
roof
come out?
line.
Why did the plumbers come out?
Because you could smell gas, and the XL tagged the property.
Who called the plumbers?
Well, I did, because I
Okay.
didn't know what happened. I
Okay.
didn't know at that point.
No, that's
that the
good, Jane. That's
roofing
good.
company
So,
caused it.
so tell me something. Did you have to pay to fix it?
Yes, I did. I did pay to fix it.
How much did you pay?
And then I reached out to the It's going to be right about $6,000.
Whoa!
I've paid
Wait a
almost
minute. Wait a
$6,000, but I
minute.
still have-
You had to pay $6,000?
Yes.
And wait a minute. And they're not taking responsibility? What do they say? It's your problem?
Yeah, they said they're basically just saying that they really didn't know that the gas line ran there. That's basically what they're saying.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Well, that's how the place was built.
But
That's
you
how it
have
was
a
built.
diagnosis, and the guy that came out said, look, your gas line is bad. Did they hit the meter? Did they break the meter? How did you have $6,000 here? Can you send a copy of your repair invoice to us?
Yeah, I can send you the pictures and the repair. The gas line goes up on the outside of the building. It's an in unit.
Are
Goes up
they
to the second
denying
floor.
that? But why are they denying the claim? I don't understand this. You didn't do it, and they did the
Well,
roof,
they're-
and the roofer did it. Why are they not fixing? Why do they not think they're responsible?
The place was built in 2009. They said something about code in 2018 is different.
It
for
doesn't matter. It
building
doesn't
code. Well,
matter.
this place was built
They broke your stuff. The contractor broke your stuff. Listen,
Right.
hang on, okay? Just hang on. I'm going to come back and tell you what the hell to do. In fact, Mark will tell you what to do. He's better at this particular one. And then we have Jeff Fick from Kimmer Transmission to speak to that other auto problem if we can get her back on. I'm Tom Martino. More coming right up.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, just a few slow spots as you're coming into downtown, southbound 25 through 20th over to Spear. There's been some road work in there holding up the drive just a little bit. 270's been running kind of heavy, hot and cold, basically out of Commerce City through Vasquez and also Pena. Looks like coming out of the airport from at least E470 and then back past 56th Avenue is a little sluggish. We're still wide open to and from the tech center. Most of the other routes out here are at the posted speed limit. Do have that construction down out of Highlands Ranch along Santa Fe at Town Center. This is just south of C470. Still backups in the area. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the short but all-important ride of the famous Pony Express. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, you know, Vesta Turnkey is having a special seminar, and I'm going to be there with them. Here's why. We're working together to help you become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. It's Saturday, April 5th. Go to this website and sign up. I'll be there along with Barry Miller talking about Vesta Turnkey. He'll tell you how you can get involved with him on getting a rental. It's in your name. You can get 30 to 80% returns a year, and he'll show you stats to prove it. That's mybiggestrureturn.com. As far as my involvement, I'll be there as a financial advisor to show you how you can use your retirement funds if you want to do it with retirement funds or you want to do a partial investment. That's this April 5th, Saturday, 10 in the morning, mybiggestrureturn.com.
Very nice. Ancestry.
Yeah.
3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, Tom?
No, Tom's leaving.
No, I'm
Tom's
here.
gone.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to let you know Amy hung up and I can't get her back on, but Jeff is on.
I'll still talk to
Hopefully
Jeff.
she's still listening.
That woman needs help, and we could help her. I don't know why she hung up.
Yeah, I don't either. Or she got cut off or something.
And
but
this
I can't
woman
get
with
her
the
back.
townhome, this sucks, man. I just can't believe that bullshit. Mark is going to tell us about the small claims on that one.
Right, Mark?
Well, we should call. I mean, we should have someone call over there. I mean, there's got to be more to this. Are they denying the whole deal,
Yeah.
or are they saying, "Hey, we could have had it fixed for $1,000, not
No,
$6,000"?
they're saying they're not
Did she even give them the opportunity?
According to her, they don't think they're responsible at all.
Well, plus,
I'd like to know who.
I wonder why, though.
She didn't tell us what
did
the
the
HOA
public-
has to say about this matter.
That's what she was telling us, the HOA.
I thought it was the roofing company
Let's ask.
denied responsibility.
Let's ask. I thought it was the HOA.
And who the plumber is. Who did the work.
Yeah, I'd like to know that, too. I'd like to see. Let's get a copy of her receipt, Kelly. Have her take a picture and send it right to us. Please.
Yeah. Did she ever contact the HOA in the matter? And have the HOA demand compensation?
Hey, Jane, do you have access to a computer where you can send me some documents? Do you have an email address? Okay. Do you know how to send an attachment? Okay. Can you go ahead and send us the information you have and the correspondence that they provided? It is help, HELP, at troubleshooter, all one word, .com. Yep.
Kelly's on it.
Correct.
For who?
Yeah, there's something
She's
more.
taking care of it. She's getting that woman to send all that stuff over.
Well, that's why we're trying to help you now. So that's why we want to look at the documents. What is your phone number?
Here we go.
Here we go.
Or iHeart. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Science Stuff, and listen now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We don't have the consumer on, but but I still want to run this by you. A 2011 BMW, 2011 she bought. She took a road trip, and she said she experienced a complete breakdown, and it threw some codes. Now, did anyone write down those? Did you write down those codes?
She had two codes. One of them was the typical code you get, basically telling you that there is a trouble code. It's like the general trouble code. You know what I mean, Jeff? And then,
right, it prompts the light on the dash, yeah?
Yeah, that's really what that code says. But she did mention something in passing that I think is critically important, which is why it'd be great to get her back on the line. She said on her drive back from South Dakota, the car developed a knock. So to me, it sounds like it's not long for this world. And unfortunately, she's just no longer on the line.
Yeah, she never told us how many miles on it. But in general, let's just be honest about it. A 10-year-old Beamer, they're pretty much junk, aren't they?
Yeah, no, and we've talked about most of the European vehicles before. I mean, they're wonderful when they're new, but once they hit that 65, 70,000 mile mark, you usually want to dump them because that's when all the trouble starts to come in. They leak all over the place, and when you have even what seems a small repair, they're going to be expensive. When it comes to something like a knock you're talking about, if it was that knock associated to engine speed with a road speed, it could be just
yeah, we're trying to get her back on. Hey, Kachina, do we not have her contact information?
We do. I tried to get her back on, Tom. She's not answering.
Okay. Well, she might not like what she hears, but Jeff, she did not actually get a diagnosis from anywhere. She took it to an auto parts store. When they run those codes, they can't tell you what's wrong with the car, can they?
No, they're pretty generic. I mean, trouble codes to begin with doesn't necessarily tell you what's wrong with the car. It definitely tells you what area you want to start looking in. And that's when the true diagnosis comes together. Nothing against the guys at the auto parts stores. They're providing a free service, so you can't really argue with free. But at least give you an idea what you're dealing with. My biggest complaint with them is they usually give them recommended repairs to go along with it. If these guys knew what they were doing with repairs, they wouldn't be selling parts.
So really, it's okay to get a general idea. That's what codes do. But codes never pinpoint the problem itself, does it? Do they?
Very, very seldom. There are times that they do, but very seldom. No, most of the time it says, we've got a problem in this circuit. It could be hydraulic. It could be electrical. It could be mechanical.
Thank you, Jeff.
What's the actual issue?
Jeff Vick, transmissionsdenver.com. He's at Kimmer Transmission, 303-693-1400. Thank you for weighing in on it. Jane, back to you. Jane, I want Mark to help us here after we call them. But when they were replacing the roof on the townhome, the HOA hired the roofer. The roofer hit your gas line. I want some very basic information. When they hit your gas line, did they admit that they hit your gas line, or did they go about their business and someone else discovered it?
Well, when they hit the gas line, the property was vacant. I did not know it was the roofers that caused it.
Okay.
How'd the gas get turned off?
How do you know the roofers did it? Let's put it that way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mark, but how do you know they even did it? How do you know?
The plumber, I have pictures that I'm sending to your troubleshooting website.
Okay.
Or email.
And do the pictures show where a backhoe or something hit it?
No, they hit it with a nail.
With a nail? Explain that to me.
The gas line goes up the side of the building from the meter
Yes.
in the wall.
Yeah. Wait. On the outside of the
up
wall,
to-
is it? Hold on. Is it on the outside of the wall or the inside of the wall?
Inside.
Okay, so your gas line goes up through the studs on the inside of the wall up to your mechanical. And they were nailing from the outside in and hit your gas line?
Yeah.
What were they nailing on the side?
Good question.
Well, no, they were nailing the roof. They were redoing the shingles.
Wait, so the roof.
And they were really long nails, by the way. I think their nails were just way too long. But anyway.
Did they call real quick? Did they call the fire department? I mean, who noticed it was broke? What happened?
Yeah, well, like when they punctured with the.
Came into
Jane, we have to get to the bottom of this. Mark, it's very difficult to get information. I just need to know they hit it with a nail. How many days later did someone discover it? And how was it discovered? Just plain English. How did it happen? They hit it with a nail gun, and then somebody discovered it. So they were nailing and they hit the gas line.
Totally makes sense.
I don't know how a nail could penetrate a steel gas line.
Easily.
I don't understand anything she's saying.
I don't know how a nail could
No. There, Bo,
She
we
kept
had
saying it
happen
was
before.
going up. She keeps saying, though, it was going up the side of the house, up the wall.
Yeah, on
How
the
all of a
inside.
sudden is the
So,
gas
Mark-
line under the roof?
Mark, it went on the inside up to probably the roof and over into the attic, and then down the mechanical.
How does a nail hole cost $6,000?
But how does that cost
Well,
$6,000? I don't. There's something weird going on. We need to see. She says she has pictures and the work order. Kachina, send those to me.
She said she sent them.
Well, I
Kelly,
can-
do you got them?
No. Hold on.
Well, I can log on to help, I
Gene,
guess.
did you
but-
send those to help
Did-
at Troubleshooter?
Mark, did XL come out and shut the gas off?
We don't know
Or
who
fire
shut it
department?
off.
Okay. Because XL shut it off, they would have red tagged it.
When my
Yeah, but they
fence
didn't
guy
shut
hit
it off.
my gas line,
Somebody called.
They
She
didn't?
called because she smelled.
everybody showed up.
I've been in a bit. I
If
never
that
heard,
thing was, if it was leaking for 3-4 days, I mean, that's
And how does it cost $6,000?
Yeah,
No
you
idea.
just need a coupling to repair it.
I'm gonna get
Okay. But you're not. Okay, it's great that you have them in your inbox, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you emailed it to us. Do you know how to send an email?
Oh boy, she sounds condescending.
Yes, she does.
No, thank you.
That's why I stay away from her.
How did they do?
All right, I'm waiting. Yeah, no spaces. No spaces. Okay. Oh, okay. I can't help you if I don't know what you're doing. Are you typing in the email address help@troubleshooter.com? Okay. All right. How many pictures are there? Okay. Hang on for me. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Yes, I can. K&H? Yes. Oh, yes. They are actually expanding, and they do have a painting division. Correct. Okay, no problem. No problem. Thank you. Okay, you take care. Bye.
So next thing you're listening to, see, I forgot who you were helping. Well, you were helping.
Pretty sure this woman does not know how to email.
All right.
Hey, did you get it? Did you get that email figured out, Kelly?
No, she.
What's an email?
It's a work in progress.
You need a computer for email, right?
Okay, Jen.
Why don't you just tell her hit the forward button?
Maybe she could send them
Well,
on
when
her
she
phone.
touches the screen, nothing happens.
And she has a touch screen?
Nope.
Oh.
You send it to HELP@troubleshooter.com. All one word.
Or Kelly is messing the whole thing up. That's possible too.
It's definitely a possibility.
Kelly's checking her personal email instead of the right one or something.
Kelly's in 5th grade teacher mode to the caller.
Even larger emails usually don't take this long. And I just
Damn.
refreshed, and I still don't have it.
That other woman with
Is
that
there
car,
maybe
we could
a
help
way
her.
you can break up the emails
It's
and
too
only
bad.
do the invoice in one
What's too
email
bad?
and then the pictures in another email? Or sometimes that is quicker. I'm sure that with 13 pictures, that's probably going to be about 20 megs.
She has no idea what that
is. God, just
Hey, Mark.
hit the forward button.
Mark.
Yes, Thomas.
Yes. My appointment tomorrow morning was canceled.
Oh.
So we don't have any problems.
Is that good or bad, or doesn't matter?
Oh, no,
Okay,
they
you
didn't
work
need
on
it
that.
because
Hold
they
on.
found it in my records.
10 seconds, guys.
I don't know.
Oh, good.
Get out there and be heard. To Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you any way we can to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, make your life a little easier. Coming up, Barry Miller will be here with Vesta Turnkey to talk about our seminar coming up on the, is that this coming? That's this coming Saturday.
This coming Saturday.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
The 5th.
Or as Mark would say, next Saturday. Well, it's whatever the next Saturday is. It's it at the end of this week. Anyway, Jane, I want to go back to Jane and talk to her about her townhome. Jane, I just need some very basic information because I'm very confused. They're putting on a roof and a nail gun hits your gas line. By the way, it's not unheard of that nail guns will hit lines like copper and all that. I've never actually heard them hitting a gas line, and that has to be one powerful SOB to be able to penetrate that line. I mean, I don't even know how it did. So you have a picture of it, of the nail through the pipe. Is that right?
Yes.
At the moment they did that,
And I sent it, but
Jane, at the moment they did it, did someone say, "Oh, I hit a gas line," or did they just go about not realizing it?
no, I don't think they even knew.
Okay.
They just didn't know.
Now let's fast forward. They finished the job, and then how many days later did you discover it?
Well, about a week later, I was there. As I said, the townhome was vacant, and I smelled it.
Okay. You smelled gas a week later, and you called who?
Excel.
Okay. And then they came out, and did they show you that damage?
No, they didn't know where it was coming from.
So what did
But
they
tagged
do?
the property. They turned off the gas
And then what?
and tagged the property. And then I called the plumbing company,
What company?
and they came out.
What company?
Bell Plumbing.
Bell Plumbing.
Bell Plumbing.
And why was it $6,000? That's the part I don't understand.
Well, the first visit they had, it was almost $2,000, and they couldn't find the source. Then they came back.
$2,000 for what? What did they charge you $2,000 for?
To look for the damage.
And they charged you $2,000 even though they couldn't find the leak.
Right.
And then what? When they couldn't find the leak, did they say, "So sorry, ma'am, here's a $2,000 bill"?
No, they said they would send a different team to investigate this in their company, and that team charged another $3,000 and some dollars.
So that's where you got your $6,000.
Right. It's almost $6,000. Bell Plumbing had opened up the wall in the garage, and they don't repair the wall after they do that. I have to hire a
Okay, so how did the
sheetrocker
second
come in and
team
repair the wall.
how did the second team find it?
By going up in the attic.
They traced the line to the attic.
Right.
And they saw and they took a picture of this nail.
Yes.
Did they say it was recently done? Could they tell?
Well, yeah, it was.
Well, you can tell if it was recent
the
or
roofing
not.
company.
It's either old or it's newer. Kelly, were you able to find the email she sent us so we can look at this damn
Yes,
thing?
please check your email right now. Please
Thank
check
you.
your inbox.
Okay, I'm going to check the email here and figure it out. So when you discovered it, what's the very first thing you did when you discovered it?
The nail in the gas line?
Yeah.
Or, well, then they.
Okay, this
Then they
gas
proceeded
line, by
to
the way, now I understand
repair.
this. Hey, Bo, you asked how could it pierce it? This is a yellow.
Yes.
This is a yellow plastic gas line. This is
like they use for
Yeah,
flex
well,
connectors.
it's the
it
kind they
has,
use. It's a
stainless
new
steel
gas.
inside.
It's definitely
It's
her
corrugated.
gas. And you could definitely see it. And now I see where it comes up near the roof down to her mechanical. You can plainly see it with these pictures. The gas line was installed properly. The fact that they hit it's not really negligent because I mean, they didn't know it was there. Should they have known? I don't know what the answer is going to be on that. Should they have known?
Well, I think they should know. They're in the big business.
How would they know,
They're in the
though?
business.
Yeah, I don't know how they would know.
Well, the fact of the matter is the roofing company caused the leak by their nail guns.
They
I
did.
Think
There's
should
no
be
doubt about it.
responsible.
But you don't show the nail into it. All they show is the nail hole. Where is the nail?
Well, I have another one.
Okay, good. You don't have to
Okay,
show it
let's
to me.
see.
Hey, Mark. Mark,
I'm
what
not-
if she, listen,
I'm
Mark.
not in.
Mark, what if she just takes them to small claims court for the repair? And she has
Well,
all
I
the-
mean, that's
ahead.
definitely an avenue. That's an avenue to go. But let me give you my thoughts on this real quick. We had a fence put in years ago. I called 888 or whatever it is where they come out and they, they mark all the gas lines in the neighborhood or on my property. So they marked where the gas line was. The fence guy comes out and he ends up hitting the gas line. The problem was when they developed my house, instead of feeding the gas line from where they told the county they did it from the street on the other side. So where they marked the gas line, there was no gas line. Where the guy hit my gas line, there wasn't supposed to be a gas line, but there was. So then the question became, who's paying for the bill? Because the fire trucks came out, they had to repair. It was like a $2,000 bill. I ended up paying for it because how would they possibly have known that that gas line was there? I mean, I had no argument. I don't understand what her argument would be. It's a roofer. They come out. How would they know there's a plastic gas line under the decking in the wood? I just don't find it their
there is
issue.
no
into the attic?
There is no way they would know. There is no way they would
It's
know.
not plastic. It's not plastic. It's stainless steel.
Well, it's a core, yeah, but it is kind of okay. It doesn't matter. It's a flex line. It's a stainless woven flex line with plastic over it. It's what they use for direct bury.
Right.
So, the question is,
It's like going into a dryer, basically.
yeah, kind of, Mark, kind of, yeah, the kind you see come out, those yellow flex lines. Now, I think,
And then look at the pictures of it. Tom, I'm looking at the pictures, and look how that thing's routed. I mean, look
It's
at
not
it. How would
routed.
they possibly know?
it's random. Well, here's what I think.
That's what I mean.
Let's ask a roofer. Like, for example, would Jay Bretts at Excel Roofing, would their crews go up and look what is being nailed? I want to know if they do that, and they'll tell me the truth. Do they go up first and see?
I'm going to send this to him so he can see what we're talking about.
And
Do they ever have any reason whatsoever to go into an attic and look underneath the decking first before they go on?
That's what
onto
I was
the- on the
wondering,
roof?
Dragon. I wonder, like, would you go up and say, let's see what we're looking at here to make sure you're not nailing into something? I don't know the answer to that. I think it's very unusual to have a gas line there, and they can make the argument that it wasn't in normal place and it wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know. D, what were you going to say?
I think Jane's argument hinges on something important she mentioned in passing. And Jane, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you allege that this is an extraordinarily long nail they used? Something that's out of the ordinary? of
How
what
would
they
you know that?
Yes.
The
And I
nail's
do
not-
have pictures.
How long is this nail?
Well, I'd have to find out, but I do have a picture with
Well, roughly,
the
does it
nail
look okay?
coming out of the
all
roof. I
mean, as long
Hey, we just got a comment. I just got a text from Szymanski,
yes,
the owner of Genesis, who, of course, we've known forever. He said it's the fault of whoever installed the gas line.
That's
There's
kinda
no way
true,
the gas
too.
line should ever be that close to the roof. Does she own this roof, by the way? I forgot. Is it a
it's
condo or a townhome?
She
What
owns
is it,
her
a townhome?
She owns her
Okay.
townhome. But
Yeah, I
to
got
try,
it.
Mark, I think the absolute statute of limitations would be up on the installer of the gas line. I don't think there's anything you can do.
Well, I would think so, too. But if you look at it, who would ever guess, looking at this, that that thing was routed that way? It's absolutely insane.
It's kind of like haphazardly routed. It just like goes up the side through the ceiling and like, or through the roof and say, here we are.
And there's no way. And she's saying that's not. To me, that looks like PEX or something. I mean, she's saying that's steel. That can't be steel.
No,
it's
Mark,
snaked
Mark,
around things.
Mark, it's woven stainless steel. That's what it is. It's a woven pipe.
Oh, I got you.
It's flexible.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So here's the point. Was the roofer negligent? No. They weren't doing anything except nailing down the roof.
Well, what if they were using extraordinarily long nails in this section of the roof?
Guess, but here's the point. I don't think that's going to be the issue. Can we get Jay Bretz on or get Henry Bretz on to talk about this?
I said it to both of them, and I'll say this to what Dimitri just said. Dimitri, if you go up to my roof right now, in fact, I would guess you went up to 10 different roofs. 8 or 9 of them are going to have nails coming through the decking. It's just,
for sure.
I don't know,
Yeah,
it just happens.
No, you're right. I've never seen a roof that doesn't have nails sticking into the interior space, but they're roofing nails. They only stick out just a little bit.
Yeah, but let's see if that's a factor. Let's
yeah,
talk.
just the framing nail, for God's sakes. Then they're comparatively negligent.
Well, but no one expects anything to be right under
who
the roof.
Yeah, who would actually put a gas line right up against the decking? It's crazy.
Well, I agree with you there. But my point is, if the roofer used proper nails, they would not have punctured.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, because we haven't seen a picture of this
That's
nail.
speculative.
And okay, if they use unusually long
No,
nails,
I'm looking at them. Dimitri, I'll
Yeah.
send you the email, too.
Well,
I
so
don't
then
know
me
why you
too.
don't have it.
Mark, it didn't come in the first email, the pictures of the nail. Did you have it?
Well, you got it. There's like 500 photos. You got to just find one where you can see the decking and zoom in. But yeah, absolutely.
All right, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. Mark, do you want to do this without...
Get your Mighty Millions raffle ticket by midnight April 18th for a shot at the early bird prize, a 2025 Audi SQ7, plus a dream vacation to Switzerland or $125,000 cash. Every ticket supports Children's Hospital
This is bad
Colorado.
having
Get
these
yours
two
at
spots
MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
I want to talk to Joe Chiano about financial safety and security. That's really what Joe talks about most of the time. You get out of the risk of the everyday movements of the stock market and get into something more stable as you get older for your retirement. Joe?
Yes, Tom, our philosophy is really quite simple. We want to make sure that people make money and not lose money. And right now, people are very, very concerned. They don't want to keep losing money. They want to have their retirement accounts, whether it is an old 401k, a current 401k, an IRA, or any other investment account that may be dealing with the volatility of the stock market. They want to be able to take the money out, basically, and put money into safety. And this is really what we have done over the last 40 years, Tom. We help people keep their money safe and growing at the same time. So when they hit those golden years and they're ready to take an income for the rest of their lives, we got a program that will guarantee them a lifetime paycheck, no matter what happens
Joe,
to the stock market.
what's the smallest denomination someone can get involved with, account value?
To open up an account, it's a really small amount. It's like $10,000. And most people, have more than that in a 401k.
Sure.
That is just lying dormant.
Sure.
So the minimum amount is a small amount, but, there's no maximum amount that people can transfer away from the risk of losing their money and put the money into safety.
Right.
To make sure that they have an income guaranteed for the rest of their lives.
Call Joe Chiano at 303-779-6600 if you're interested. 303-779-6600 or mymoneymyway.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a place to call for a retirement plan, overview, and coaching. They'll look at what you have. They did with me. They look at what you have in your retirement accounts, like your nest egg. They talk about keeping it safe. Not everyone immediately wants to invest it in an annuity. Some younger people don't. Then as you get older, you may want to switch to that. Retirement Planning Center is one of the places that can help you decide. They can also help you with legacy planning for your estate, what you want to do with your business, pass it on to your kids, or maybe sell it. They deal with other things like collectibles and antiques. Whatever it is, going into your retirement, they help you. If you want to know what they do, give them a call and say, what can you do for me? They'll tell you without you hiring them. They'll already meet with you and tell you what they think you should do. 970-663-3211. The website is rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Joe. Really appreciate your time.
I just thought of something.
Yeah.
Okay, you too. Bye.
You ready for this? This is absurd that it would ever be the roofer's fault. If she didn't have blown-in insulation and had the old rolled stuff like my Castle Rock or Parker house had, what's a roofer supposed to do? Go up there and remove all the insulation from the bottom side of the decking to look for gas lines?
No, I think it was negligent the way they ran the pipe. I agree. If it was up against the decking, it was wrong.
Not only that,
it is. You can see the pictures.
I don't see it, damn it.
The flex lines are meant to use.
Dimitri, did you see the pictures?
No, not yet. Did you send them to me?
Dimitri, did you get the pictures?
No, not yet.
What the fuck?
Also, you're not supposed
I'd let
to
Kelly-
put a gas line, a flexible gas line in an enclosed space. It needs to be black iron.
Yeah, and Bo, isn't the
I don't
flex
know how
line
that
only
works.
for the
I have a
final connection to the appliance.
Yeah,
It's not meant to.
It's
not supposed
against
to be.
code
Yeah.
for You
Which
can
is-
never put a flexible corrugated line
Yeah.
in an
So
enclosed
I think
space.
the reason it was
Is that against
Especially-
code?
I bet. Yeah, it's
Yes,
Bo,
they-
that
we got
line is
fined
definitely
once.
against code.
There's no question.
I don't have the picture, but if it's corrugated or stainless, you're supposed to use Schedule 40 black iron pipe in an enclosed space. I mean,
That's
we got
probably why it
ticketed
costs so
for it
much.
20 years ago.
Is they had to rebuild that whole pipe to replace the flex lines.
They probably just couldn't put a coupling. Like if it was Schedule 40, they could just put like a $10 coupling on it. I'm trying. I'd like this if you guys could email me the pictures.
It'll take a minute.
Yeah, they're not here yet.
Yeah, they're the
The fuck's your,
yellowish orange line.
what's your address, Dimitri? What the fuck?
The same address I always emailed you. Dimitri
God.
at Troubleshooter.
Well, it's not coming up on my it won't fucking send it. What is it?
Dimitri, spelled correctly.
Jeez, it's-
DMITRY at troubleshooter.com.
Yeah.
It's not here yet.
Oh my God! Oh, I see what I did.
Yeah, you didn't type in Dimitri.
No,
right.
no, I saved him as Dimitar.
Oh,
Holy shit!
Dimitar.
Dimitar's gonna be like, what the fuck is this?
Dimitar.
10 seconds.
All right,
guys.
Bo, you have a copy, Dimitri.
Dimitar.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, we're trying to decide, was the roofer negligent? I don't think so. Henry Bretz is with Excel Roofing, and I'm going to ask him a question. Henry, when you guys put on a roof, do you ever puncture lines as you're nailing down to the decking? Do the nails ever go through something on the other side?
Hey, Tom, thanks for having me on. We do occasionally have that happen. And, you know, by code, no gas lines or water lines or anything should be close enough to that decking to have a nail penetrate it. So if a nail was to penetrate a gas line, that gas line is improperly fastened within that attic.
That's what I'm thinking, for sure. That's what thanks for answering that.
So
Well, and then the other thing.
We've had that happen.
Well, I'm sure you have. The other thing is, imagine if there was rolled-on insulation under the decking. You can't expect a roofer to go up there, remove all the insulation to make sure some numbnuts installed a gas line wrong.
Yep. And electrical,
that can
too.
be-
You're
it
not
can be
supposed to have
super
electrical
dangerous.
up there either, right, Henry?
Yeah, and like I said, anything that a nail could penetrate by code should not be placed there. It should be about 6 inches. I mean, truly, it should be about a foot away from any decking or any ridge.
Okay. And that's Henry with Excel Roofing, EXCEL as in excellent, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that very much. And by the way, they're doing some gutter cleanings too. Give them a call for their specials. Okay. I think, Jane, it's not as plain Jane as we thought it was. I think you may have a problem here because the line was not done properly. I think you're going to have a problem. Really, that line shouldn't have been where it is.
Well,
and the
anyway,
roofer and the
it was
roofer and
way
the
builder
HOA,
did it,
the
so-
roofer and the HOA can say, "Listen, not our problem." But here's what I want to know, Jane. You got to correct it for the future. Did they move that line away from where it can be nailed?
Yeah, if you look at one of those pictures, it shows that it's moved to a secure location next to one of the, well, let's see.
So they
Who ran that line, by the way? I doubt the builder. That does not look like something the builder did. Did
No,
you have,
when was that
like
line
when you
put
bought
in,
the
Jane?
water heater?
That's a good point. When was that line put in?
No, that's when the builder did it, 100% guaranteed. That line has not been touched.
I'm surprised it passed code because you
How
can't
old
use
is your
yellow
unit?
corrugated line.
That's what I was thinking.
2009.
Yeah, it's too late to do anything about it. It really is. It's just too dang late. You know, that's just under the category that stuff happens.
Statute.
Well, there's a 10-year, usually there's a 10, listen to this. Usually there's a 10 or 12-year absolute statute, which is an umbrella, meaning most of them start when it's discovered or should have been discovered, and then tolls from there, whether it's a 2-year, a 3-year, a 6-year. But no matter what, there's something also called an absolute statute of limitations, which means, come on, people, you got to give us a break. You know, we can't be responsible for something forever. And that's usually about 10 years, and I've seen some 12 years. I don't think you have a prayer in hell of getting that builder to do anything. Nothing. Now, the HOA may want to do it.
Possible home inspector, maybe? If she got a home inspector to look at it?
Yeah, but
and
those
maybe we
inspectors,
can go after...
they take no responsibility.
All right. I mean, it should have been noted in the inspection report, though, right? That it's not one of the
You know what?
iron
It should have
pipes.
been.
It's
It should have been noted as a defect upon inspection.
right. So she should have at least known that that was there going into purchasing the home.
And could have had it corrected. Hey, did you have a home
Right.
inspection while we're talking about this? Jane, did you have a home? How long have you owned it?
Since we bought it from the builder.
Oh, you bought it originally.
2009.
So she probably did not have an inspection on a new unit. Very
Gotcha.
seldom do people have inspections on new units. But I had an inspection on a new unit, the one I did with Vesta Turnkey. I'll talk about that coming up. And I want to tell you how everything's going with that. It's an exciting venture. And it's an adventure, too, as I learn how they operate. So if you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call right now. You'll get right through at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Yeah, the lunch hour drive shaping up pretty well for us. Got light volume. We've had a few slow spots. In fact, I-70 westbound, right off of 225. This was northbound to westbound on that ramp. We had a little crash. Right lane and just a little bit of a jam up in that area. 270 heading west up to Vasquez, as well as north end I-25 up around 84th Avenue. It's kind of bogged down a little bit. As you're coming into downtown north I-25 from Broadway to Colfax, it's a little sluggish. Again, road work related, but no major difficulties out here. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
If you're talking real estate like we are today, you know, it's always good to have a real estate attorney look over documents if you don't understand them, especially going into a closing or something to do with easements or deed restrictions or whatever. Or if you're a landlord right now, man, is it difficult to keep up with the new laws. Pro-tenant, anti-landlords, you could end up in trouble. Have Brad O'Brien do your new leases to come in line with the new laws to help you. O'Brien Legal Services, anything to do with real estate. OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388. Do you know that we just had a problem today? This poor woman bought this BMW and has major problems. Do you know that Sheridan Auto Tech does pre-buy inspections for $120 and they go through every system in a car? Why would you ever not do this? Sheridan Auto Tech on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. Pre-buy auto inspections, $120. Plus, they do all kinds of maintenance and repairs once you get the car. 303-455-7242. That's 455-7242. SheridanAutotech.com.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Wouldn't a nail punching through a metal gas line cause a fire?
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Really?
No, I don't think so at all, Tom. At all.
The nail would actually seal it and just have a tiny leak.
Yeah, I mean, they cut through mine with a damn post hole digger, and there was no fire.
That's why they do not allow those corrugated lines in enclosed spaces for that purpose, to keep people from hanging picture frames, nailing drywall up, so you don't have the propensity to hit those weak corrugated stainless steel lines.
I'm shocked the builder did this. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, it makes for an easy installation to run that flexible
you know what
line.
could have happened? The builder left it up to the subcontractor who did it the cheap and easy way. And the builder didn't follow up with an inspection. This wouldn't pass code, though. I don't know how they got it inspected.
We did it one time 20 years ago and got nailed for it. And we never, no pun intended. We never did it.
Got nailed for it.
Boom. Dum-dum.
I want to try the sound effects built into this board. I don't hear them. Oh, the pot's down. Hold on. Oh, I got built in.
Oh, my God.
I didn't do these. These are built into the roadie. Mark, have you ever heard the ones built into the roadie? Oh, that's cool. I think.
Can you hear those?
You didn't hear them?
I don't have my secondary plugged in. I'm plugged directly into the NX out in the bus. Usually I do hear them.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, man, I love our RV. We go on, a 6-8 week long trip.
I know it.
I
Mark.
can do the show from it.
I
love it so much. But now Now that I spent a week in it, in my own fucking driveway, it's the worst, man. It so much sucks being right next to your house, and you're not at a destination. You're not at the beach. You're not at a resort. You're at your own fucking house.
God, I used to love my RV.
Well,
trips.
you had that huge garage for your bus. You could open it up and sleep in there if you wanted to.
Right.
Imagine how weird that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, there is a date on here, but I don't know how to read the date code on this
what?
damn yellow line.
Oh.
On the flex line. There is a...
What the hell?
I don't
this
know.
guy is looking at some pictures that I don't have. I have the same email, and all I have are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures.
10 seconds.
There's a
the additional attachments you have to download.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. So we're having this controversy over this roofing issue. Here's the bottom line. She buys a brand new townhome from the builder. And, 12 or 13 years later, her roof is being replaced. The roofer drives a nail through the roof in a section that punctured her gas line. The gas line was run improperly when it was built. It goes up the side of her house on the inside of the wall, and then over the roof deck or under the roof deck without any spacing whatsoever, and then down to her mechanical room, and it's covered with insulation. There is no way anyone would have known that it was there. The roofer did nothing but nail down roof as they normally would. And it cost her $6,000 in repairs. Now, think about this. They had to evacuate her gas, do a line, and reroute it at the same time. It wasn't just patching that one little section. They had to make it up to code, which is routing it the right way. So, we can look at pricing all we want, but she paid $6,000 to Bell Plumbing. Kevin has a comment on this situation. We're trying to figure out who's responsible. This is a case where I think no one's responsible.
Well, let me ask you this, in your opinion, and I don't care if it's a referral list member or Joe Blow plumber, $5,000 to find the leak? Doesn't that seem a little insane?
She said it was $2,000. And then another
No. The first crew. That's right. The first crew was $2,000.
Right.
The second crew that actually found the leak was $3,000.
Yeah, well, altogether it was 5 or 6, just over 5. What's your comment, Kevin? Welcome. And how do you come into this? Are you an expert of any kind?
I'm not. I just handled a roofing job for a business a while back. And so I dealt with the insurance companies and all that. And basically, an insurance company was replacing the roof. And we had almost the same thing happen, except it was an electrical line got hit by a nail. And so the roofer actually told us, you should go to your insurance company because this line was not laid in by code. So it was against code. So the insurance company came out, looked at it, and they said, yeah, this is definitely not by code. So the insurance company covered the cost.
Wow.
I love what this guy's saying. I wonder if we should ask Compass.
Yes, we should. Let's get Compass on the line. Kevin, have we ever talked before, Kevin?
We have not. I listen to you all the time.
Okay.
Smart guy, man. That was great thinking.
Thank you, Kevin. We're going to look into that for sure. Let's get Brian Burns from Compass Insurance on to talk about the possibility of having this covered. And I also hit a nerve with this ass-kicking we call tuning it up. Someone said, don't be so cavalier and casual with your terms for violence. If a kid is in juvenile detention or an inmate is in prison or jail, they shouldn't just be tuned up, as you say, at the whim of a guard who thinks they're not behaving. There should be very strict standards.
You never said that.
No, but I explored it. What I said was, is there ever a time a good ass kicking is in line, or somebody can just, if somebody's a pain in the ass, do you teach them a little lesson? Anyway, here's what
I think every parent in the world would agree with that, though. I mean, any parent in the world, for the most part, I'm talking just a parent. If your kid's out of control. No, well, of course not. I'm not saying they should go beat the hell out of anybody, but my understanding was the kid was sitting on a table. Well, I don't know if it was a dining room table. I don't know what the hell it was, and he wouldn't move, so he was being combative as hell.
Yeah, now, here's what it says. Doc is naive about how bad and disruptive juveniles can be. Ass-kicking for punishment is illegal and wrong, but embellishing what guards do in response is not illegal. So they think that the mom is probably exaggerating, but Doc was saying they should never go outside the law, which is true. I agree with Doc. The guard is an adult, one person says. My brother spent 35 years working for the Denver Sheriff's Department. They have a SORT team for that, whatever that is. They have different avenues to go down. I agree with Doc, and there shouldn't be room for a hallway justice, and they shouldn't go into an area where there are no cameras. Someone else says, that comment about leaving it up to the guard to hand out discipline is such bullshit, Tom. I'm sure that guy would not want his own son having his ass kicked every time he turned around. Here's another one. Tom, a retired officer and former common man. The issue is not improper tuning up of misbehaving inmates. The issue is that inmates just don't like being controlled, or they don't want to be in custody. And when they are, they always feel it's excessive force when they have to comply. Guards don't risk their jobs and jail for themselves to use unreasonable force. Surely inmates view.
Well, we know.
Go ahead.
We know for a fact. There's definitely guards out there, especially in these private prisons, that most likely beat the hell out of people. Not all the time. I'm not saying all of them, but there's bad apples. There's bad cops. There's bad jail guards. There's bad people.
But I think for the most part, we probably have a pretty good system. Here's another text. This is blowing up this topic. Tom, do you honestly believe that there are still staff members at Platteville who have a Woody for this kid's dad after all that time, and now they're taking it up on Junior? Please.
Hey, what was that? I'm sorry, I missed that part of it. What did Dad have? Dad was in the same juvenile facility?
Yes, years prior, and was a wise ass, they said.
The dad?
Yeah, Dad.
The dad was in the same facility?
Right.
Oh, my God. That's crazy. I didn't hear that part. And why is the mother out of state, by the way, when her kid's here? To me, this kid didn't have a chance in life. How's that?
Well, we don't know what happened, Mark. I mean, so many parents do everything they can. I mean, I don't know the story there, but all she wanted to know is, hey, is it right that they kick his ass in an area where there's no cameras? They're doing that on purpose.
Two different things altogether. All I'm saying is he did not have the upbringing our kids had. He did not have the upbringing of almost anybody that I know, where their dad was in juvie and he went to the same juvenile place and the mom is in some other state now. So, I mean, I'm just saying that's not a recipe for success.
Well, now what's Mark on for? Szymanski from Genesis.
He has some great insight on the coding on the gas line.
Mark Szymanski, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. By the way, Genesis is a great company for everything on the outside of your house, plus windows and baths, basements, kitchens. And he is commenting, because he also does roofs, soffits, fascia, on this situation where the gas line was haphazardly routed through the wall, up through the attic, and down to the mechanical room. And it was punctured by a roofer's nail. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, it's code. That should never be against the roof sheathing. That's the plywood underneath. That should be strapped to the rafters on the bottom side of the rafters. Should be strapped there. Shouldn't even be loose, like so it could move. You know, it doesn't have to be strapped every single joist, or rafter, but it should be strapped for every 3 or 4, and have it strapped so it will never ever go up to that roof surface where a nail or anything else can penetrate it. You know, when they installed the roof before, they just got lucky that it never touched the pipe.
You're right.
That flex pipe. That flex pipe is easy to penetrate. Yes, it's stainless steel, but it's flexible. So you get into a joint, that nail's going to go right through.
Yep. So
is the
you're
flex
saying
pipe allowed, or does
you're
it need to be
saying
the iron stuff?
What do you mean?
Because in the pictures, it's all that flex piping stuff. Is that allowed?
I think it
is. Yeah, you can have flex piping. Flex piping is great stuff because it's very easy to work for. It's a great product. It's never going to fail. Just don't put a nail in it. And so the same thing for a stud. Like your electrical wires, your plumbing, all has to run through a middle of a stud in a wall because your screw or your nail has to penetrate 3/4 of an inch into that stud, or has to penetrate 3/4 through the sheathing of the roof. Has to stick in that much. So when you go on your roof, you're going to have 3/4 inch nails all the way through your roof.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's what's
Thank you.
required by code.
Mark, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Jay has a comment on this. Go ahead, Jay, quickly, please.
Hey, you there, Tom?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just curious if they did that and they were the new builder. They probably had one company doing all the gas line. How many times did they do it?
You know what? Never thought of that. You're right, Jay. The HOA should probably investigate. That's a good point. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Happy Monday, drivers. It's pretty easy commuting throughout the Denver Metro as we head into the early afternoon. Some normal downtown slowdowns on I-25 northbound, slower speeds between 6th Avenue and Colfax. Over on the east end, you may see a crash I-70 westbound at I-225 off on the right shoulder. This one not really affecting traffic, but do be on the lookout for crews. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
You know, with the equity growing the way it is, many people are turning to reverse loans now. Yes, reverse loans are still a thing. If you're 62 or older with equity in your home, you want to check out CMG Mortgage. Now, CMG Financial does more than just reverse loans. They do conventional loans and the all-in-one loan, which is that 30-year line of credit that gives you credit for every dime you have in the bank against your average daily balance, which lowers your interest. So right now, CMG Financial is very competitive. Call our friend John over at 303-882-6679. 882-6679, or email John, partnerinlending.com. Go to that website first, partnerinlending.com. You know, so many people wonder, why does Discount Bath do discounts, and are they really discounts? And I'm going to tell you they are. Chris and his team have decided to do a lot of stuff for lower profit and pass discounts on to you. They want to do volume, and they do a great job, whether it's a fix and flip or whether it's your rental or your dream home. The discount is for real at discountbath.com. Start out by getting a price without even having them come to your home. Just take your smartphone and videotape, or, tape what you want. Hey, I want to move this sink. I want to do a walk-in here. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to put a tub here. So whatever you do, just do it informally. Then go to discountbath.com and upload it. They'll give you an upload link, and then you'll get a price without them ever coming to the home. If you want to talk to them, 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. How much time do I have? Huh?
3.5.
Did you tell me?
3.5?
3.5.
Hi.
Oh, man. What'd you do this time?
What'd you touch?
Thomas.
How much time do I have, bro?
Now 3.
3. Thank you.
It's going to get lower each time you ask.
Are you sure it doesn't work the other way, Dragon?
You know?
Now you have 3.5.
Well, we're back up to 4.
Listen, can you hear the delay on his side?
It's terrible.
Dude, it is so crazy. I hear everything twice.
Yep.
I think my delay to you is less than a quarter second.
Yeah, I don't.
We got to get him a
if
Starlink.
anything, yeah.
Hey, Kelly.
Yes.
Why are you taking tomorrow off? I'm just curious.
So I can spend some time with Haley.
She doesn't
Why?
want me to prank her.
She, there was a possibility that she had to go home tomorrow because, of a golf tournament she had to play in. But, she was actually the cut girl, which sucks. They took the top 16 and she was 17 out of 34.
Well, Suzanne wanted me to tell you something.
Okay.
She's not coming in tomorrow, April Fool's.
Oh, okay.
That you could have April Fool's that you could have the day off, so you can't have it off. I just want to be clear.
Okay. Well, I already have tickets.
But then I got involved and made an executive decision that you could have the day off.
Aww.
Just don't tell her that.
Okay, thanks.
Isn't Mark a nice guy?
Congratulations, Kelly. Was that?
It does suck, though,
Was-
that she was the cut girl, because I've been there.
Wasn't that nice, though?
Some of my meetings.
Well, you mean you've been literally that number where you get cut? That sucks.
Yeah, it totally sucks. I mean, she literally had the flight tomorrow, and so we had to change it over the weekend. That was fun. So she's staying through Saturday. So, great for us. Bummer for her. But
Is she a pretty good golfer?
yeah, she's pretty good. So, I mean, she really.
What's a good game for her? 10 over, 20 over, 30 over? What's a good game?
She usually can.
Hello?
Breaking 90.
I'm here.
Huh. I can break 90 on most par 3, 9-hole.
No, I'm talking 18.
You cannot.
Hey, when
10 seconds.
Right Way
I listen to Dan Caplis.
with Dan Caplis. Afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brian Burns is our insurance expert, where you can get, by the way, your insurance checkup at theinsurancehelpcenter.com or 303-996-9000. If you want to know if you're paying too much, too little, or basically you need more insurance or less insurance, they give you a complete unbiased look. Now, Brian Burns, we have a question. I'm going to lay out this scenario for you. I have a townhome I bought from the builder 13 years ago. They're replacing the roof. All of a sudden, I smell a gas leak, and the roofer's nail went through the gas line, a flex gas line, underneath the roof deck. Now, the gas line 13 years ago was improperly installed, not according to code. It should have been at the bottom of the rafter, secured. Instead, it went up against the roof deck, near the rafter and the roof deck. So when the nail went in, it hit it. Is that an insurable event? Because the roofer's saying, not my fault, and the woman can't go back to the builder 13 years ago. Is that an insurable event?
Right.
So what she's trying to get covered is the actual gas line, like getting the gas line fixed? What is
it costs $6,000 to fix the gas line. Because here's why, Brian. Brian, here's why. Brian, they had to replace a section of the gas line, but while they were there, they brought it up to code and rerouted it.
Okay, but yeah, and I get what you're going for here. Ordinance or law coverage would be something that would cover a change in code. But from what I am understanding this, it was never in code. It was improperly installed.
That's
and
right.
So that's actually an exclusion on a homeowner policy.
It is.
Yeah, poor workmanship is not going to be a covered peril underneath the homeowner policy for a claim.
Very interesting. I get what you're saying. So because it was never done to begin with, the insurance company's saying we're not a guarantee or a warranty company.
Right. Now, if, for instance, if that was done and at the time it was done in code, it was, and now code has changed, then you can go into your policy and there's coverage called ordinance or law coverage. And that is what will provide coverage if code has changed and you have to replace something because of that.
Now, if that gas line would have started a fire, would that have been covered?
Yep, fire would have been covered by it.
Okay, so even if the item is uncovered, the damage would be covered.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, the proximate cause in that case would still be fire, and so, but they're not going to pay to have to replace the gas line that was put in correctly.
We got to take a break. We're coming back for the final hour of the show.
Thanks, Bri. Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Brian.
Tom,
yes.
We have 2 hours to go. What are you, nuts?
Oh, that's right. No, it's 1 o'clock.
Ah, gotcha. That's for giving me a heart attack thinking people were coming after us again.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. The last time the bar administration of Colorado reached out to me.
It's an involved questionnaire, by the way.
Dude, you should see the kind of shit you got to disclose. If you got a fucking parking ticket, it better be on there. It is insane. She's got to disclose stuff that happened when she was well under 18. Anything. Not just her, anybody. She got a ticket for minor in possession. You know what a Juul is? One of those cigarette things?
Yeah.
A little vape pen, thank you. She got a ticket for that in Ponderosa High School when she was 15. One of the teachers found her and about 2 other girls in there puffing on a Juul.
And that comes back to
they had
you?
Back then. She got a ticket from Douglas County for minor in possession, and you have to list any ticket you ever got, even if you were under 18. I told her she had to list all the times she snuck out of our house.
Yeah, that's funny. She was always a good girl. You were just a pain in the ass.
Yeah, okay. You must have known her twin sister. Addie was hard for about... she was probably harder on Mom than me, but she was hard for maybe a year altogether. Miles was hard for about, I'd say about the same. At different ages, boys seemed to be, Addie was harder younger. Miles got harder at 17, where Addie was really hard at, say, 14 or 15. What did you find with your two? Who was... not who was more difficult, but did you see the difference in maturity and when the problems come out?
Yes. First of all, my son is 100 times easier than my daughter. 100 times.
Yep.
I will take 10 boys over 2 girls. Girls are complicated.
I would agree.
machines.
I'd agree.
And also, they really, the girls like challenge just basic shit and want reasons for stuff, where guys will just say, all right. I hate having discussions.
Agreed.
I like the answer because
It's
I
emotional.
said so. I like that answer because I said so. I like that. But I guess...
And you end up saying it all the time because that's what it is.
It
because
doesn't
no
work
matter
with girls.
No matter what, maybe not, but no matter what answer you do give the girl, she's still going to argue with the answer. It just doesn't matter.
Oh, I know, man. I'm telling you.
Walmart's on a tear today. I like how we started out about 200 points down. Now we're 300 and something up. I'm just checking now. What the hell news turned around? Did Trump cancel the tariffs again? What happened? Anybody?
Who freaking knows?
I don't see anything. Rich kids flock to music festival with bottle service that cost as much as a house in Florida. That wasn't my childhood for sure. Listen to this. VIP of Ultra Music Festival in Florida. You can't even understand how much a suite is. You ready? $425,000.
For what?
It's tickets to the show, like a suite. Wow, that's. I mean, I thought I'd been to some nice shit. Ah. Oh my God! They're showing the bottle menu. Okay, they're literally showing the menu at this concert. I can't even believe this shit's real. Honest to God, I can't believe it's real. I got to see what the fuck you money. I got to see what you get for the $450,000. Okay, here's what you get for the Miami Ultra, $305,000. You get the suite, and you get 100 bottles of Dom Perignon Brut Lumineuse. Then if you want the fuck you money package, literally called the fuck you money, you get 100 bottles of the Dom Rose, 100 of the Brut, and 200 bottles of Moet Chandon Nectar Imperial Rose Pharrell Williams edition. But for us poppers, you can get the What's Cookin', which is 25 bottles of Dom. Anybody, can you guess how much a 6-pack of White Claws cost?
What's a White Claw?
10 seconds.
Ryan Schuling.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Kaplis.
And Kaplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's going on in your life? How do we help you? I ask that each and every day. And we try to make a difference in your life, as the show's been doing for 45 years in Denver. Yeah, the longest running radio show when you consider me still on the air, the same host currently on the air. And today I'm welcoming Barry Miller. Barry, let me bring out my wide shot for those watching video. And Vesta Turnkey is what he invented or developed. And I just want to go over the basics of this. And by the way, feel free to call about any problem, question, or complaint. You will get precedent. Or if you want to talk about Vesta Turnkey. I know you've heard a lot about this, and you wonder, how can Barry make claims? And how can he say it's not a security and that he's simply selling an opportunity? And I'm going to explain that to you the way it is legally. He is not pooling your money. That's the number one thing. He is not pooling your money. When you go to Vesta Turnkey, it's really basic that you know that you are contracting with Vesta Turnkey, and Vesta says they're going to help you buy a property. They're going to help you find management for the property. They're going to walk you through each and every step for closing on the property. They're going to help you get it financed. Then they're going to babysit that property and let you know when to sell it. Barry, did I leave anything out?
No. Summary is research, a lot of research that we provide them with economic reports if they want them.
Yeah. So you even take their day-to-day phone calls. Now, on these rentals, we're not talking about wrecks and old homes. Most of them are newer homes.
Most of them are newer homes, and if the home is over 18 years of age, we're big on, okay, seller, you got to replace the furnace, you got to replace the roof, you got to replace,
So all of this negotiation is done for you.
Up front.
You don't have to do any of it. So now you're presented with a home as an individual investor, with an obligation to come up with cash somewhere between $65,000 and $75,000, depending on the house. Okay. Now that is your cash. What that allows for is for you to close on the house in your name with a loan in your name as a landlord. They arrange it all. And then you have a management company to rent it. The proceeds come and go into your account. You open up a little account for this. I would recommend a separate account. You open up at the bank for this. And now you have a rental. It's that simple. Now, if ever you run, Barry recommends when you put the cash up, part of it be a pad. Have you ever had to feed? Do any of your owners ever have to feed the rental?
Well, occasionally for a year or year and a half, because of our high interest rates, there's a small negative cash flow to cover everything. But when I say small, I'm talking $50 to $75, $80 a month.
Right.
And that's a maybe. And it typically doesn't last more than a year, 3 months.
And then when you sell the home, you sell it for profit, and that's where most of the money is made.
Big profit.
Yeah.
You bet. Because the research has found the neighborhoods in the country, now we're looking at tens of thousands of neighborhoods when we narrow it down to our top 5 or 6 cities, and they receive a 40, 45, 50% return.
Okay.
After the sale.
Mm-hmm. Then they can choose to roll that into another one.
That's what most people do, 1031 rollovers.
Do you handle all that for them?
We handle all of that for them. We're not the intermediary.
No, I understand, but you coordinate it.
We coordinate it all.
So if they have $100,000 in profit and they don't want to pay, $30,000 in taxes, then they can roll that into their next property and 1031 it. Eventually you'll pay taxes, but that's a good problem to have. You're paying taxes on gain, not on losses. And so that is a good problem to have. Now, if you don't have a 1031, you simply take your money and pay your tax and you have your gain. Did you have something, Dee?
Yeah, Barry, on Friday, Tom and I had a casual discussion about your business. And I asked him, hey, does Barry have anything up in Wyoming? Because I'm considering moving there. And Tom said something very interesting. He said, Barry's system doesn't look for places where people want to move. It looks for places where people should be moving to.
And are moving to.
Right.
What he does is, he's not in this to help you as a landlord find a place next to your kids or into the college town. Because I would like to own rentals in other places to have an excuse to go there and visit them. But he says, Tom, this is the hot place right now. This is the most appreciation you're going to get, and this is where you should go.
Yeah, basically, it comes down to the highest return with the maximum safety. I mean, the other places, including Wyoming, we look at it all. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're looking at over 200 metro areas. But we have ultra safety. No other places are safer, and no other places with this proper research have higher returns.
What is the underpinning of your ultra safety?
Ultra safety is knowing what the next 3 years or more of that local economy are going to be. And you say, oh, how could you know that? Yeah. I'll tell you how. Mm-hmm. Accurate research with we're over 60 calculus points of reference to say, okay, not only how many jobs there'll be, where will they be, what industry.
That's really their superpower. People said, what does Vestera do? I can go buy a rental. I can keep a rental. I can hire a management company, and then I can sell it. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. And if you do that, you're going to pay more than if you go to Vestera because they have lower management fees and lower commissions. But that doesn't mean you can't do it on your own. But the superpower is knowing where to do it. You don't just go to Arkansas, or you don't just go to North Carolina, or you don't just go to Georgia or Idaho. You have to know why you're going there. And I don't have an idea why I'm going where I went. I went totally with Barry's recommendation. Tom, this is a hot market. This house is under market. This house will appreciate quickly, and we're going to get in and out quickly. The house, before I even closed, I made $8,000 on the appraisal, right? I paid less, $8,000 less than the appraisal. They're already selling for more than I paid already. And it's been a week, or a week or so. So I did this, but I did it to help other investors. We'll get into that. Mm-hmm. But the primary reason he's not a security is because you deal with Barry on one-on-one basis, one-on-one rental. You personally can own one rental. You personally can own 2, 3, 4, however many you want. Now, I recommend as a financial advisor, you don't do too many of them, but you will. These are solid investments backed by real estate. And because they're doing 80% loan to value or 70% loan to value, the chances of a deficiency, if all crap hit the fan, very small, that you'd walk away with a loss. You would walk away even, if in the worst economy is what I'm saying. So it's kind of a little bit protected from recession. And a lot of people are saying, Tom, what if recession does happen? Is that going to affect the resale of the property? Barry, what's the answer to that?
First and foremost, recessions don't happen instantly. They don't happen within weeks. They don't even happen within months.
And they don't happen in all metro areas at the same time.
But when they happen, if you're doing research on an ongoing basis, you have signs. We have signs. I could tell you, if we called a slowdown in just selling residential homes the beginning of a recession, that's what we're watching with microscopes on the information.
Along with the employment and also...
and we'll have our people out of that market before there's ever a recession there, short of a bomb being dropped that nobody predicted.
Right. So far, we've had no one lose a dime in this program, and people have made 30 to 80% returns. We got more coming up. Get your questions in. And then a lot of people ask, how do I use retirement money? Mm-hmm. It is legal only under certain circumstances. I'm going to go through how you can use retirement money. All of this, by the way, we want you to find out and come to the seminar this weekend, because we're only scratching the surface. If you come this weekend on the 5th at 10 a.m., did you announce the place yet, or do you want them to sign up?
They have to sign up.
Yeah, the reason we want you to sign up, we don't want people just showing up. So if you go to mybiggestrureturn.com, you can sign up, mybiggestrureturn.com. Okay? The reason we're not telling you where it is, we don't want people just showing up. You got to register. There's absolutely no obligation, but you can ask any question you want, anything at all. There's no off-limit questions. That's mybiggestreturn.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
FixMyHome.com. That's the website. And it says it all. Fix It 24/7 wants to fix what's wrong. And they try to do that first. Then if they can, they'll recommend replacements with prices up front and 100% satisfaction guaranteed. FixMyHome.com is where you go to find the best and most deep furnace cleaning ever. Or right now, air conditioning cleaning for just $39. You will not believe they spend a couple of hours on it with a no breakdown guarantee. Beat the rush. FixMyHome.com. 303-526-3939. Remember, Fix My Home. I'm sorry, it's 720-526-3939. 720-526-3939. Hey, do you want to make a phone call right now and get a price on your countertop? You can do that with the Art of Granite. It's the only place that you can talk to and say, hey, Mitch, I want to do a countertop. Here's how many square feet. Let me send you a pic, and he'll send you a price. And he handles all countertop materials, natural stone or man-made materials. All of the materials are wholesale to you. And he tears out and hauls away free, plus has a bunch of free incentives depending on the day. You can call and find out, and you get to select maybe free backsplash, free edge treatment, free bathroom when you do the kitchen, or some premium add-ons. 303-386-5919. Get your price and incentive right now. 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com. When you're in an accident, the very first thing you have, other than maybe aches and pains and a need to call medical people, you have questions, legal questions. Let's face it, if you're injured in an accident and it's not your fault, you need help to get justice. John Fuller will do it. He will talk to you free of charge and answer all of your questions. No other attorney does it before you hire them. He'll do it. Now, when you do decide to hire an attorney, if it's John Fuller, it's on a percentage fee basis, and he gives you his personal cell phone you can call or text 24/7. John Fuller. Callfuller.com is the website. Callfuller.com to remind you to call 303-597-4500. 597-4500.
It's Jeff Jr.
Okay.
Hey, Bo.
Bo. Yes.
Hey, which one did you go out to on those parking calls? Was it the Park It Right?
It was. Yeah, I was just wanted to mention to Tom. I want to give a little follow-up.
Which one was it, though? Was it a Volkswagen?
I didn't do the Volkswagen. This was at Metro Parking at 7100 East Mississippi, and it was all about just booting cars.
What's the guy's name?
Well, this was a boot, too.
Who called in?
What's that, Mark? Cameron D. He was a vet.
Got it.
He called in on Friday.
Oh, yeah, you got the cops called on you.
Yeah, I avoided them.
Okay, I want to...
they can only cuff me.
Tom, did you see the pictures of the one I sent you?
No. Where is it? In my email?
I sent it like last week. I don't know where you have them. This guy's name was, hold on here. I don't know. This one was Park It Right.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Mark, I love Amazon.
Yeah.
Why
don't you marry it then?
I bought an amplifier. I bought an amplifier for my son's band. We bought it 6 months ago. But we hadn't used it.
And it broke.
No, and it went into a safe mode. You can't get it out. And you Google it and you find out it's a problem. If it gets any kind of variation in voltage or something goes into safe mode, there's no way to get it to work. So I call the manufacturer. They say, Google it. The manufacturer told me to Google it. I said, wait a minute. And they said, you're beyond your return date for Amazon. And I said, I'm not looking to return it. It's under a 3-year warranty. That's all I want. I just want warranty. And they kept saying, it's outside of your return date, and I said, I'm not looking for a return, goddammit. Everybody I went to, the seller, the manufacturer, and Amazon said, it's outside your return date. So I went to a special Amazon number I found through AI, and I called them. And I got on a chat, and I said, all I want is my 3-year warranty honored. You should be concerned that your manufacturers honor warranties. And they said, let me check.
Are there any callers up, Doc?
And I stayed for a few minutes on the phone. They came back and said, you're right. They're not honoring it. Send it back. And they gave me a full refund. They said they'll handle it. Wow. And they're discontinuing the seller.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it had a 3-year warranty, and it's even a popular name. It's Behringer.
Who was it?
Behringer. It was a PA amp that they put in their rack for the band. It's called Behringer. It was an NX 6000 amp, and it was in its permanent safe mode. It shuts down, and if you Google it, everybody's having the same experience with it. Any variation in voltage shuts it down, but you can't reset it. The motherfuckers are selling these things with 3-year warranties, and every time you contact them, all they say is you can't return it anymore. So warranties mean nothing. All they care about is the return date.
I wonder if you were talking to the seller, not the manufacturer.
No, I talked to both. I did. I talked to the seller. The seller said this was fulfilled by Amazon. Talk to them. Then I said
10 seconds, guys.
Then I got in touch directly with the manufacturer, who said, you bought it through this seller.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We've been talking about Vesta Turnkey if you want to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. Of course, you are a landlord, you do take out a loan in your name, and you do invest cash. It is secured by real estate, and you have the expertise of the people at Vestera who babysit the market to tell you when to sell. So, Barry, we've all talked about buying and being set up. Let's talk about what it means to sell, and when you tell the owners, and if the owners say, okay, have you ever had owners say no? I mean, to talk about the selling. No one is obligated to do anything that you recommend, right?
Correct. No one's under any obligation to sell at a pre-scheduled date. But all of our customers give us what their financial plan is. Bluntly, 80+% of our customers' business plan to accumulate wealth is, Barry, get me the highest amount of wealth you can get with this savings.
And I don't want to I personally don't want to go beyond 3 years.
No. And typically, almost all, again, that 80+% say, you tell us when to sell. I said, we will. Usually it's between 20 months and 30 months, okay, roughly 2 years, 2.5 years. And that's maximum time. Here's what most of them are doing. Selling one of their properties, then they may have more than one, but selling one property at a time and buying 2 more with no out-of-pocket cash.
Now, let me explain this to you. These are regular investments where you're on the hook for the mortgage and for the whole thing. There's nothing wrong with that. They walk you through it. And if you do it that way, it is your number one best way to do it. Well, maybe not for you, though. Now, let's take a few scenarios. Let's take the people who want to use retirement money. Barry is not set up to take retirement money because it is a regular investment. You get a loan and you're in charge. Mm-hmm. You can't use retirement money when you're in charge. So I came up with an idea. I'm going to do special LLCs as an outside business interest of my wealth management company. I am setting up special LLCs. So let's say Dimitri has a retirement account And Dimitri wants to buy a Vesta Turnkey property. For Vesta to be legal for him to invest in, Dimitri first has to get a trustee who allows independent investments. I have that trustee, Pacific Premier Trust. I set Dimitri up with an IRA at Pacific Premier Trust. He transfers some of his 401k or his Roth or whatever he wants into that IRA with Pacific Premier Trust. Now he has a self-directed IRA. But now he wants to invest in something that's legal. Well, if you have a self-directed IRA, you can't invest in your kids' property. You can't invest in your own property. You can't invest in your neighbor's property. You have to invest in something where you have absolutely no control and where the people have fiduciary responsibility to you. What that means is my LLC becomes a legal investment for people with retirement plans. Why? Because I am in charge of the LLC, 100% in charge. You leave all decision making to me, and I take out the loan. You see, you can't take out a loan and buy a rental with your retirement plan. You can't do it. But I take out the loan. So now what you're investing in is a pure LLC. Just like if you invested in Berkshire Hathaway, you're investing in an LLC. And this LLC, controlled by me, deals with Vesta and sets up the rental. Now we are partners. Now, because you're not taking out the loan, and because I am personally on the hook and in control, I take a percentage of the deal. But remember this, no matter what, you're putting in less money than you normally would because you're not taking out the loan. You only have to put in cash the amount you want. You can go the full Monty or you can go part of it. And then we form an LLC and I take a percentage of it for doing it. The percentage I take depends on how much participation you have, okay? Because I am taking out the loan, which is usually 70% of the value. But your returns will be tax deferred and sent to your retirement plan at Pacific Premier Trust. That's how we are allowing you to use retirement money to do a Vesta Turnkey. Now let's say, well, it's not so much retirement money. I just don't want to put in the full 75 or 80,000. Okay, as I said, your maximum return will be doing the whole thing with a loan with Vesta. But there are some people that don't want to take loans out, and there are some people that don't want to come up with 75 or 80. For those people, I'm also forming LLCs with partial ownership. I just closed one where I have 4 partners. They each ponied up 28 grand instead of 75 grand, and they each own a percentage of the deal. So whether you want to use retirement money or you want to use less than the minimum investment, we can help you. But as I said, and I don't hold back from this, it's best to do it directly if you want the maximum bang for your buck. But there are simply people out there you were missing, Barry, that wanted to do it, but they didn't know how to do the whole thing, or they wanted to use retirement money. And now we found a way to accommodate them.
Big accommodations. So many good people now can get into the maximum returns because of what you've put together in combination with those two companies.
And we work directly with Vesta. We become the Vesta.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I've talked to Barry numerous times about this on air and off air. One of the things, Barry, you say a lot is, why would you use cash when you could just do, pretty much the minimal and have more units than just one you're paying for cash for? And I understand his answer, but then you just said your mortgage on what you're talking about would be up to 70%. Why do a 70% loan-to-value loan on one property where you could do 10 properties?
I don't understand what you're saying, Mark. We can't do 70%, 70 to 80% is required. You don't have the choice. You can't do, what are you saying, doing 90% loans?
No. I thought you're saying you're putting 70 or 80% down.
No, Mark. No, I'm sorry, Mark. No. What we're doing is we're saying loan to value. So I'm putting up 70%.
Okay.
So the partnership only puts up 30%.
No, that's exactly what you said, though. You said you were putting up 70%, and I couldn't figure out why you were putting 70%
okay.
into
That sounded
it.
like a down payment. I get it. No, that 70% is in the form of a loan. That's right. But I put it in my name, which then makes it legal for people with IRAs to invest in, because you're not allowed to take out a loan and buy rentals with your retirement plan.
Yeah, you and I did very good on a commercial building I own, doing exactly that. We both had retirement money in it, and it worked out perfect.
Mark
we
and
made
I-
a fortune.
And I think his dad was in on it. What we did was we formed an LLC.
Yep, his part of his 401k, and we each got a check every month from the guy renting it out, and we are not from the we got a check every month. That's right.
And then the way we did it was we set it up through an independent trustee, and we had no control over it. Once we invested in it, it's got to be. They call this an arm's length transaction. Now that goes for anything, but you can put you can buy gold in your IRA, but you can't take custody of that gold. So there are ways to do all kinds of alternative investments. Real estate is not the only alternative investment for retirement money.
But someone does. After doing that, and that was years ago, and we did, like I said, very well at it. It's incredible, and that's basically what Barry does with retirement money. But what's even more incredible is instead of us having to use a different company now, I would just use you. You are the company now.
Right.
You and I had to go out and find someone. Now you are that someone.
That's right. And I can do as many LLCs as we need. In fact, I'd love to get 10 houses right now. We're already working on our second one. We just closed our first one, and my partner might be listening, and we're going to be getting together Friday after work.
Hey, where was it?
That it's in. Can I tell them?
Not really.
It's kind of proprietary.
But it's east of the Mississippi in one of Vesta's. One of its
Mark, I can tell you privately. I can tell you privately. Here's what Barry doesn't want. He doesn't want people taking half-assed information they hear on the show, then go out and buy a place and say, wait a minute, Barry, you told me this was the best place to buy.
Yeah, and I only made 22%.
Yeah, or I didn't make anything. Or worse yet, they go out on their own, they buy in the same city, and they don't get the same results. That has happened before, because it's not just the area, but it's the area within the area, and then the house within the area within the area.
Right.
So he targets it to these specific subdivisions.
So, gentlemen,
I have a comment on Barry's.
Yeah, Dimitri first. Go ahead, D.
Yeah. So what happens? So if I do fund my investment in this LLC with my IRA money, presumably the property is going to produce even a little bit of rental income, right?
Mm-hmm. Or even.
Yeah, or even. But let's say it produces, I don't know,
it's all part
$500
of
a
it,
month
man.
in rental income.
Right.
Where does that $500 go? Can it go straight back into my IRA?
Here's what happens.
Without contributing.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
It goes back into the LLC, and you get your percentage.
That's exactly what you say. So my LLC, if it's just you and me, it'll go mostly to you. So here's how I set it up. The LLCs have partners. In addition to me taking out the loan, controlling and managing, I'm also taking care of all the taxes and accounting. Now, remember, I'm not charging a fee for this at all. Nothing. I charge nothing to do this, just my share of the wealth like everyone else. So you become my partner, and you'll get a K-1. And that K-1 will be issued to your IRA.
Oh.
So it's simply another form of income to your IRA.
Does the amount reflected in the K-1, does that then reduce my maximum contribution that I can make that year to the IRA out of my pocket?
No. Earnings.
Earnings.
No. Let me explain this.
Okay, I didn't realize
you have a bucket of money, and that bucket of money is called your IRA.
Break time.
If it earns a crap load of money, it doesn't affect your contribution at all.
It's like a capital gain within my IRA.
Your IRA can go crazy making money, and you'll never be limited on your contribution except for what you normally can contribute anyway.
Good answer.
We got more coming right up.
Hey, Tom.
Hold on one sec.
KFOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Out west into the high country, I-70 westbound closed between the base of Floyd Hill and Hidden Valley Central City exit 243. Some police activity. We're not sure if it's an accident. Of course, we will keep you updated. We are seeing some backups due to the closure. Into the metro area, I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. Back to I-70 eastbound. It's easy driving to DIA this afternoon. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, David McCullough shares the story of why the Founding Fathers were not like us. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, one of the things I've been talking about is my financial advisement firm, Wave 8 Wealth Management. That's what makes it possible for me to do these things for people. And for years, I've only done it for myself. I literally hired a team to develop AI and develop investment techniques for myself. And then I decided to make it public. And that's what Wave 8 Wealth Management is. It's my money along with yours. No other financial advisor can say that. No other financial advisor can say that they directly direct your money and babysit your account. We can. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, Wave 8 Capital, the number 8, wave8capital.com. Okay, so when we're talking about investments, there are those who got older, they got their money, now what do? Some of them want to invest it in an annuity. They have a lump sum, you've made your money, now you don't want to gamble it with it anymore, you just want to put it away. Well, that's where mymoneyMyWay.com comes in. 303-779-6600. Joe Chiano and his team can set you up in a fixed indexed annuity if that is your flavor, if that's what you want to do. Guaranteed income, guaranteed growth. 303-779-6600. What were you trying to tell me? Let's do this. You're right. That's a good one. Mm-hmm. Love it. Oh yeah, no, yeah. That's because it's written that if partners don't pay up their share, I get their share.
Experience the Spyglass Creek lifestyle.
Para continuar en español o...
I'm hungry.
Ten seconds, guys.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, taking your calls at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or talking about our upcoming seminar this Saturday at 10 a.m. MyBiggestReturn.com. Please sign up. Come over there. You'll find out about Vesta Turnkey, the ins and outs, the ups and downs, and then you'll find out about how Wave 8, how I am being part of it to help you use retirement money, or how I'm helping you use partial investments. But we'll be an open book on everything you need to know. So somebody texted and wanted to know, how does and why does Vesta Turnkey do this? I can't see where they're making their money. You say that they help you buy a home, they help you sell the home, and they help get and they do the management, and they don't add a fee onto the management. The only thing they charge is $600 a year for taking all your phone calls and dealing with your property. $600 a year on top of the management fee. That's all you're paying. So is the commission, I'm just going to be straight, Barry, is the commission, because I even wondered this myself, are the commissions going in and out that much that you can devote that much time to each rental?
Well, yes, but the commissions are, just when you buy and when you sell,
right?
And that goes to the broker, okay? That you can,
and it shares
you
with
can
you.
Pick your own broker.
Well, of course,
most people won't, but we have researched the best maximum price when you sell, minimum price when you buy. You've already experienced that,
right?
Equity from the day that you bought it,
right?
And that broker sends to my brokerage, not Vesta, but my own real estate brokerage. That's the only thing.
Your share of the commission.
A share of the commission. And that's how we get paid.
So they get paid a share of the commission when you buy, a share of the commission when you sell. But get this, you're under no obligation to sell with them if you want to. Right. If you found a private buyer that wanted to buy it, you can sell it.
You could do it. We'd even help them.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
So that's how everyone makes money.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Hey, let me ask you something. Can you do a self-directed IRA or be the custodian for it for virtually anything you're allowed to, or is it just limited to the property? Because I've heard of, people actually buying a franchise, like
Mark,
Sports Clips.
That you bring up a really good point, and it's kind of a way to plug what I'm doing. I mean, actually, thank you for that. And this is not scripted.
I know. Trust me. I know.
No, truly. Anyone who wants to do an alternative investment can do it through me because of how I set it up. I set it up where I'm in control of the LLC, and I control everything, and you invest in it. So if you come to me and say, there's some stuff I want to buy, can you do it? We can be your intermediary and allow you to invest in it through your IRA. Because truly, I tell you, you won't have control over it. But I will do the best I can. My fiduciary responsibility is to do the best I can for the investor, to make the most money for the investor. And I keep accounting and everything. But yes, I have set it up so I can become a conduit for anyone who wants alternative investments through their retirement accounts. And again, it's very simple.
There's been people out there.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, just to touch base on what you're saying, because a lot of people I don't think understand not what we're talking about, but how far you can get. There's been people that have bought cattle ranches with
Right.
their IRA.
That's right.
There is a person that bought a Mexican soccer team, or you can invest in racehorses. I mean, think about that, but you have to have that conduit.
And here's what it has to be. Number one, you cannot have a personal interest in it, meaning other than your investment. You can't have any management control whatsoever. You can't be related to the party whatsoever. It must be a total arm's length transaction. So I fulfill all of those things. So what's the downside? Well, if you do an alternative investment with me, I'm going to get a piece of the action. Of course I am, because I'm taking care of every aspect of it. But remember this, that's the less you invest, because I don't do it without investment. So if you want to do an alternative investment, I participate with you. I don't just sit there with my hand out. I do this entire LLC for you and with you for no fee whatsoever, except for a piece of the action. And for that, I put up my equal part of the investment. John, you have a question.
Hey, are you going to be around? Hold on real quick before you bring them up. Are you going to be around with Barry coming up this Saturday?
Yes.
I know the seminar's 10 a.m., wherever. Mention that again, but if people want to talk about some of this alternative stuff, can they pick your brain?
Of course they can. We're going to be there to answer all of your questions. So, John, you have a question. Go ahead, John.
So, talking about Wave 8, I actually have been working with Pat.
Thank you.
And got some, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you guys. But so I have about a little over 40 grand invested with Charles Schwab with you guys.
Yes.
And I'm just kind of wondering if, like with the market the way it is right now, is it better to go the route that you're just talking about with the retirement?
Well, you know what? That's really up to you. What we have been doing for our investors during this tumultuous time is some of them moved into our hedge fund because the hedge fund makes money when the market's bad, but others have stayed put, and we've been going to cash with guaranteed returns or altering the investments during this time. So really, it's just a personal choice. Is this a good investment during tumultuous times? It's a wonderful investment during tumultuous times. But if I were you, John, with just 40 at your disposal, I would not do it if all you had was 40. In other words, I wouldn't take half of that and do it. It's just because you don't have enough at your disposal, in my personal opinion, again, I'd actually make more money if you did the Vesta thing, but I don't think it's best for you. I truly do not. But it could be someday. But right now, we are navigating the best we can, and we're doing very, very well. But remember, even in these times, there are cash accounts that we can go to get some guaranteed income during these times. And we're trying to do the best we can, as everyone is. But you'll see, if you look at your account, you're not going to be that disappointed. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We might be... we have time for some more information. Let me go to my text information here because I have texting here. Hold on, let me get to it. I got to just go to both of them. And here's one right here. And that is, Barry, what is the turnaround when someone says they want to do it?
When someone says they want to do it, they determine the first turnaround. Let's say they say,
but how long does it take you to find a home?
Oh, typically it takes 1 to 3 weeks to find the home, and then it closes in the normal 30 days after that. So typically 45 days.
All right. And then as far as selling, if someone had to sell sooner because they need the money.
We've had a couple emergencies.
Okay. What happens then?
Well, it sells quickly, but not without research to maximize their return.
Okay. Mark, what did you say?
Break time.
Okay, we got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Out west into the high country,
Mark to do
I-7
his
westbound
Denver region
closed
at the end of
between the
mine.
base of Floyd Hill and Hidden Valley Central City.
Okie dokie.
3 some police activity. We're not sure if it's an accident. Of course, we will keep you updated. We are seeing some backups due to the closure. Into the metro area, I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. Back to I-70 eastbound. It's easy driving to DIA this afternoon. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
All right. Red Rocks Roof and Solar is the place to go for solar, and solar is still in the game, and solar will be a long-term player because the federal government believes in solar. You still get your tax credits and your write-offs, and if you're a commercial operation, you can actually get the entire system paid for 100%. Check with Red Rocks Roof and Solar for more information on that. They are your solar experts, from sales to installation to service. Dependable people who know their business. So most solar companies are not solar companies. Go to a real solar company, redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449. Hey, you know what? As the weather starts getting better, people go out for a drink after work, or they do their cookouts on the weekends, and unfortunately, DUIs go up. I'm advising you, of course, not to drink and drive, and so is Joe Lazzara. But if you are ever stopped, if you're ever accused of it, whether wrongly accused or you're just stupid, Joe Lazzara is the place to call. Joe will give you personalized attention and answer all of your questions up front free of charge. Then if you hire him, it's on a flat rate basis depending on the offense. So call Joe. Don't ever research when you're under pressure. I've done the shopping for you. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. Lazzara. You can also find him at referralist.com.
You know, I have been doing these new weight loss drugs now for 12, almost 14 weeks. Maybe, I think it is 14 weeks. I have lost, listen to this, over 30 pounds. I'm going to tell you the secret sauce in this stuff. No more food noise. We've all been on diets. You can call them a crash diet, maybe no carbs, and all you can do is think of broccoli and candy bars or potato chips or pizza. You don't think of that stuff anymore. That is what is remarkable. You feel full and you don't think of food, so it's easy to lose weight. It's very remarkable, and the people at DenverRegen.com, listen to this, DenverRegen.com, less than $300 a month. Less than $300 a month. That includes the doctor's visits. That includes all the medications. It includes everything. You're all in for less than $300. Join my journey. Go to DenverRegen.com. Get signed up now. That's DenverRegen.com.
All right, show's over, guys.
Oh, wow. Did that spot
Come
go?
on.
Yeah,
so Mark did it.
Yep.
Mark put us over the top, that SOB.
Yeah, I sure did.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark.
Yes. Goodbye.
All right, later, guys.
I'll see you guys. Thank you. Sorry.
Folks like you
guys, we're
retire,
done on
only
YouTube.
to be
You hear me?
required to go back to work. All because their
we ran out of
advisor
time.
told them guarantees like these were too good to be true.
I'll see you
They're
guys.
not.
That's off now. I got to turn off my video.